everybody. Madam Clerk?
Yes, roll. Councilmember Beard?
Here.
Councilmember Bowie? Councilmember Fawn?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones? Mayor Nguyen?
Yes. All right, welcome everybody. I just want to say that we're going to have closed session, which is agendized after the meeting. And right now, I'd like to ask Kingsley Okereke to offer us the invocation. And I'd like everyone to remain standing as we do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, please prepare yourself according to your faith. Heavenly Father, provider of strength, we pray that as leaders of our community, we might have the insight and courage to serve the citizens with wisdom and truth. We ask for your guidance in making decisions that affect our community, ensuring that decisions made this evening are in the best interest of our city and all its citizens. Amen.
Amen. Please face the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you. It looks like we have some presentations tonight. Let's start with our community spotlight.
Yes, our community spotlight tonight is on recognizing Garden Grove residents for their service on the Orange County jury and Kingsley Grand Jury. Thank you, Diane.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. This evening, the Garden Grove City Council is pleased to acknowledge Garden Grove residents who have served on the Orange County Grand Jury. Every year, over 100 local residents apply to serve on the Orange County Grand Jury. The California Grand Jury is unique in its function and selection process compared to other juries. Each county is required by law to select members to serve for 1 year. These members are mandated to investigate and report on both criminal and civil matters within the county. The responsibility of the grand jury is to examine all aspects of county government, including special districts, to ensure the county is being governed honestly and efficiently. At this time, I would like to call forward the grand jurors present here tonight and give brief introduction of each person. Please stay up front after being called so a group photo can be taken afterwards. Margaret Edwards. Margaret, born and raised in Philadelphia, she served 24 years in the Philadelphia Police Department. In 2002, Margaret submitted an application to serve on the Orange County Grand Jury, and she was selected to serve as Sergeant at Arms. Barton Harlan. A 32-year resident of Garden Grove, Barton was born and raised in Los Angeles. He served in the United States Army during the Vietnam War as a field artillery officer. Barton served on the Orange County jury in 2011 as a parliamentarian, secretary, and chair of the Recruitment and Orientation Committee. Barbara Hunt. Barbara, born and raised in Oklahoma, she moved to California and worked as an administrative assistant in the Compton Unified School District for 33 years. She volunteered to serve on the Orange County Grand Jury to learn more about the judicial system. Alf Lyle. Born in British Columbia, Alf moved to the United States at the age of 5. A Garden Grove resident for 40 years. He raised 3 children with his wife, Janice. Alf served on the Orange County Grand Jury as foreman pro tem in 2013 and is currently serving on the 2015-16 Grand Jury. Charles Mitchell, an active Garden Grove resident. Charles served on the Garden Grove Sanitary Advisory Commission and the Downtown Main Street Commission. He volunteered to serve on the grand jury, and he was trained as a mediator. Diane Mitchell, married to Charles Mitchell. Diane went through the mediation training after listening to some of his cases that were not restricted to confidentiality. And in 2011, Diane was selected as a member of the grand jury. Anne Nguyen. Oh, okay, over here. Born in Vietnam, Anne began her career as a journalist at a very young age. She currently works for several Vietnamese television networks. Anne served in the Orange County Grand Jury in 2000. I think that's the last one. Anybody else? All right, at this time, the Mayor and City Council would like to present the grand jurors with a gift of appreciation for their dedication to their community and for their hard work and commitment. Thank you all for your service on the Orange County Grand Jury.
Thank you. How are you? Hi. Nice. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Barbara Jean Warren.
I have to give it to you first.
I lost it. Thank you. And then, thank you for your service. Okay.
That's me. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. You spelled my name right.
Of course. Very particular.
Nice.
So let's all turn.
Okay, let's turn around.
Turn around?
Yeah, why don't we all
stand.
turn around?
Face this way.
Okay.
Mayor, you know, you could stand up high behind us.
You want me to
us
do that?
No,
Oh.
but if we want you in the picture.
Okay.
But if you stand, if you could be.
Together.
Let's do it this way.
Okay. Ready? All right. There's lots. Here we go. There's lots of paparazzi here today.
Well, thank you,
Now, this is not only service to Garden Grove. These folks are serving our entire county in the name of justice. So we really appreciate all of you.
Justice and the American way.
That's right. Yes.
We didn't leave tall buildings.
Okay.
Ready for a close-up.
All right.
Thank you. I voted
Thank
for
you.
you.
You voted for
I
me.
didn't know
You're one of 15 votes. Thank you.
Oh, you know, and fat. I want to meet fat because I was. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You're gonna get apple for you.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I enjoyed it.
Congratulations. I won the deputy DA, so thank you for all that you do.
We did.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. So were you an attorney too? Okay, gotcha. Wonderful. Nice. Thank you, ma'am. See you, Diane.
I want us to get out of here so you guys.
No, please have a seat. Do you like?
I was talking about Admiral Yi. Oh. Are you familiar with him? Very few people are familiar with him. There's a movie out that was put out by South Korea called The Admiral.
Yeah.
Oh, you've seen
Yes,
it?
yes, yes.
It is astonishing. We only saw part of it, but I thought it was just
That's actually
outstanding.
one of the required viewings.
It's really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Justice and the American way. All right.
Yes, I'm representation.
Y'all know what?
No, I don't think.
You know, in a little bit, once Councilmember Bowie returns, it's his birthday. Councilmember Bowie's birthday. So after we do some of these, if you want to hang out for a little bit, you can all enjoy some cake together for Councilmember Bowie's birthday. But we're gonna move right along here, and hear oral communications. This is in conjunction.
Mr. Mayor,
to
we
be-
have one more presentation.
Oh, we do? Oh, of course. Yes, thank you.
We have a presentation on the Orange County Streetcar by Andrea West from the Orange County Transportation Authority.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Andrea West with the Orange County Transportation Authority. With me tonight, I have Mary Chevalier, who's our program manager for the Orange County Streetcar Program, and also Mark McLaren with our consulting team. It's our pleasure to be here tonight to give you an update on the project. We've been working diligently with your city staff, and it's an exciting time. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mary, and she'll go through the latest and the greatest on the project.
Thank you, Andrea. And my name's Mary Chevalier, and thank you for inviting us to give an update on our OC Streetcar project. I'm going to quickly go over some of the background. I know you all know it quite well. What are the project elements, including in Garden Grove? What are some of our recent milestones, and what do we have planned ahead? So, sorry, I'm looking for Andrea.
Thank you.
Okay.
To be on the show.
And just get the
Oh,
PowerPoint
is there a
up.
slide presentation?
Yes, there
Let me
is.
turn on
And-
my screen.
While we're waiting for it, I believe we
signal.
gave to the city clerk some brochures that just came off the printer regarding some information on the streetcar and some comparable
great.
streetcar projects. All right, good,
Awesome.
okay.
This is
So the OC streetcar started as a Project S under the Measure M program, enhancing connections to Metrolink stations. The cities of Garden Grove and Santa Ana then partnered on that important planning and environmental work, looking at enhancing connections to the Santa Ana Regional Transportation Center in Santa Ana. So again, they did that important planning work, defining what the mode of transportation would be, where it would run, the stations, then, and some of the other details on the project. In 2015, then, OCTA took over as the lead agency for the project, and then executed memorandums of understanding with the cities of Garden Grove and the city of Santa Ana last fall then. And then, so we've started work on the streetcar then, the more detailed design work. The project then, this slide shows the alignment map. It extends from the east, the Santa Ana Regional Transportation Center, along in the downtown Santa Ana on 4th Street going eastbound, and on Santa Ana going westbound, heads out Santa Ana Boulevard, and then enters our OCTA PE right-of-way, where the streetcar will run in its own right-of-way into the city of Garden Grove, then at Harbor in Westminster. It's 4.15 miles. There's 10 stops in each direction where passengers will get on at the stations. We have a bridge, a new bridge north of the historic bridge over the Santa Ana River. We'll be developing the vehicle maintenance and storage facility off of Raitt Street. And that's where the vehicles will be stored, maintained, and that'll be our operation space. Okay. So again, what is our project elements then? These are modern streetcar vehicles. Cincinnati is developing, Kansas City are the latest systems coming online, powered by overhead electrical wires. Most of the route will be operating in-street, then with mixed traffic, and then it'll be operating on its own right-of-way again on that PE right-of-way at higher speeds. Service will run every 10 to 15 minutes. We'll be using 8 streetcar vehicles. Along the way, that corridor, important bus connections, 18 different bus routes will be connecting into the streetcar route, providing that important coverage. And again, in city of Garden Grove then, this Harbor Boulevard corridor is our highest transit ridership corridor in Orange County. That'll be the important connections at this western end. Okay. And then just the benefits, again, it's part of our region's mobility future. Again, it's providing connections to that, the Metrolink, the Amtrak, the bus services at the SARTIC, the Santa Ana Regional Transportation Center, 18 bus connections, including 7 of OCTA's highest bus ridership routes. Lots of destinations in Santa Ana in the downtown, businesses, courts, the civic offices, schools, and then again, providing connections on Harbor Boulevard to the bus routes serving the north and south, including up to the Disneyland area. Another important benefit realized by a number of streetcar systems that is outlined in your brochure is economic benefits. Economic development, both jobs, plus some of the redevelopment that comes with the attractiveness of the streetcar. Okay. So where we are, and features in Garden Grove. The short section is in the city of Garden Grove. We'll be developing an elevated crossing over Westminster Avenue. We'll be developing a bridge report this spring and talking about how can we, what is that bridge going to look like, and sharing it all, working closely with your staff on this item, as well as the end of the line station at Garden Grove will be at Harbor and Westminster. We'll have the regular station for passengers, the fare collection there, as well as we'll have a 50-stall park and ride lot for people to leave their car and go on the streetcar system. And then going on, our project then, the OCTA board approved the funding plan last August. The project is funded with a mix of federal, state, and local Measure M funds. The federal funds include some of the congestion mitigation air quality funds, as well as we are seeking federal New Starts funding that is very competitive funding that we are working towards to provide half of that project funding. And then we just submitted a funding application to the state for cap and trade to provide funding for some of the vehicle cost. So that again is the project capital funding plan. Some of our recent milestones then, in February was a very significant achievement. President Obama included the OC streetcar in his proposed 2017 budget to Congress for $125 million. Besides a significant, including that in the budget, we received a medium-high project rating under the accompanying report. Why that's important to us is, again, New Starts is very competitive. You have to meet very strict project justification and financial criteria. Achieving that medium-high rating keeps us on the path then to securing that important 50% funding. Another important accomplishment recently was in March with the OCTA board approving design agreements with the City of Santa Ana and the City of Garden Grove. That lays out basically our important design work, how we'll interact, how the design reviews will be undertaken, and some of the work that we'll be undertaking with you all to develop the plans and specifications. So what's ahead right now? This Thursday, we have our first stakeholder group. That'll be comprised of a number of representatives of the community, the Chamber of Commerce, the Tourism Improvement District, the Downtown Business Association in Garden Grove, the Neighborhood Association. These are some of the groups that'll be on that stakeholder group. We'll be meeting with the stakeholder group throughout the project. They'll be that coordination. We'll be bringing information to them, getting them to help us get the message out and design the system and integrate that into the community. Today was our first meeting of, we are doing some safety and security meetings involving the fire, the police, the emergency responders. So again, safety and security for a transit, especially rail investment, is very important. They'll help us get together the plans and the procedures, make sure that the operations will be safe, as well as the construction. So those meetings today and tomorrow are the first start of that important safety and security effort. We are working now, we contracted with the firm of HMTB to do the design work. That work started in February. 30% design will be wrapped up in May. We'll be working with you all, as well as the city of Santa Ana then, on that design review process, making sure that the plans and specifications meet the important city standards. And then this summer, we'll be launching some important public outreach regarding the stations. What should the stations look like? Some of the aesthetics of it will be an important community consideration. We'll be working closely then with some of the community groups and involving them in that station outreach. So again, that concludes my presentation. It's an exciting project. We're moving fast, and we really appreciate the partnership that we've developed with your staff, this council, and on our way to a very successful project.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation and updates. It's an exciting project, exciting things to come. All right. Are there any questions, colleagues? No? All right. Thank you so much. We're going to move right along here and begin our oral communications. This is being held simultaneously with the other legislative body that we have tonight, which is the successor agency. Douglas Hughes. Following Douglas Hughes will be Joel Block, and then Stephanie Kloffenstein.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm sad that I got to be here tonight, but I can't sit by and let this go on. Just as you have books and rules here, the book says you got to have a new handicap ramp in the front. And we understand that because it's in the book, it's the law, and so that'll be done. But we got something else going on here. The garage has got to be cut in two on Orangewood and Brookers for the child care, but it's not in the book. It's not anywhere in any book in Child Services, the City of Garden Grove, or anywhere else. Kevin Yar says there's got to be room for 2 cars to go down between the garage and the street to get to the back parking lot. Well, I owned that building for 40 years, and what we have is work. Oh, that's different because that was different. Well, no, cars are cars and people are people, and there were children too. So and unfortunately, I wasn't at the opening, the public meeting. They fought for at least an hour over this. And if I was there, would be still fighting because it was wrong. Kamar is a civil engineer. He's not a traffic certified person. But he decided you got to cut the garage in 2. There's no reason for doing that. If there was, I wouldn't be here standing today. It's not in the book. So I asked this. If you drive down the street here, you're lucky if you got a 9-foot lane to drive in, maybe. On Orangewood, I measured it. The far lane is 8.5 feet. The next lane is 9 something, and then the other one is almost 10 feet. It's 10.5 feet, the lane going into the back parking lot. They only have the traffic going one way, into the back. Then you can turn out in the alley and go on the street and park if there's not enough parking, or if you want to leave. What good does it do to have 2 lanes there? It's going to cost, I'm estimating, $100,000 to cut that thing in half. Now, the only thing I could come up with, and this goes back to another incident, Sister Miriam, mother's sister, myself, and the interpreter, Jennifer, we went over to the city to see what we can do to help to get this going, because this has been going on since last June. Mara Para told us we had to go over to Child Services. And if you've ever been there, it's all the way to the other side of town, as far as you can go. And it was lunchtime. And we got caught in traffic and everything else, and we get there, and air conditioning wasn't working, so we were not in a good mood. We get there, and then we have to wait because the lady at the counter, she says, we don't know why you're here. So I asked to speak to the supervisor, and we had to wait. He came out, he says, I don't know what's going on. It says, it's just like this building has so many square feet, you got to have so many square feet of grass. Just like you got to have a handicap front. It's all in the book. The city of Garden Grove decides by the square footage of the building how many children you can take care of, and that number is 36. If you cut the garage in half, you no longer have that number, plus you blew another $100,000. I can give you another one. When we first started, Jennifer told me that the fire chief wants to put the fire truck through there and it won't fit. Because that's what Mara Para told her. So I took my time to go over and talk to the fire chief and the secretary to put me to the captain that's in charge of that. And he used the hell word. What's going on? He said, this is a city thing. This is not mine. Number one, we would never put that truck in the back. We'd park it in the front parking lot or in the alley, not even on Orangewood. And there's reasons for that. They know what they're doing. Why did they tell us that? So I went back and never got an answer.
Sir, please wrap up.
Pardon?
Please wrap up. Your time is up.
Okay, well, I thank you, and I urge you to go ahead and stop this cutting the garage in half, because it's going to go to the register, and it may be a hate crime, because I'm an outside person on this. And
Thank you.
All of this makes it sound bad. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Joel Block. Following Joel Block would be Stephanie Kloppenstein, and then David Twiss, and then Paul Nelson. Joel Block.
Thank you. Council members, I'm going to speak tonight not about the map, but about the whole structure of the election ordinance that needs to be adopted pursuant to the settlement agreement and the judgment. My recommendation and suggestion is that for transparency purposes, it would be better if, even at the first reading, that all the elements of the new election ordinance be considered, and that would include not just the map itself, but also which of the 3 of the 5 districts are going to be up for election in this November, and which of the 2 are going to be up for 2018. One of the districts, pursuant to the settlement agreement, and the judgment must be up this election. That is the highest percentage Latino voting age population district. As well as which of the districts is going to be 2 years as opposed to 4 years. Those elements, I would recommend that you consider drawing them by random drawing as opposed to some subjective determination. Any choice other than a random drawing will be subjective. The other elements are the eligibility rules for running. I do not believe the settlement agreement has any specifics other than being a resident. You have to determine if that's sufficient. And as well as the provision for filling vacancies. This becomes very complicated because a vacancy occurs at some stage, and for example, before the November election, but after the ordinance is adopted, then you have to consider what's appropriate for that. And then after the November election, you're going to have district elected members of the city council taking office in January, and do you want district elected officers picking replacement vacancies in the future? Unlike in the past, everybody was elected by the whole city. So you replace somebody by appointment, and that person stayed in office for the whole term. You might want to question whether that's a good idea and you should have a special election instead, because especially going in the future, if you don't have a special election, then you're going to end up having an appointment for an individual to represent a district by people who are never elected by that district. And that's not a good situation, because everybody's going to be district elected except the mayor in the future. I wanted to finish by suggesting that the quicker that you can get your proposal before the people for comment, the better it's going to be, especially before the deadline, because there will be issues coming up, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Stephanie Kloppenstein? Kloppenstein? Stein.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Stephanie Klopfenstein. Tonight, I would like to mention that Vector Control will be having a meeting on April 21st at 3 p.m., and it's a very important one. The board will vote whether to give the district manager the ability to authorize aerial spraying this mosquito season. I have explained before why I oppose aerial spraying and why it is harmful, and the benefits of a more non-toxic approach. Further education and public awareness are needed, and I am working with Vector Control to include them in several GGNA events this summer to pass out information and continue the dialogue of how we can protect ourselves and prevent more serious mosquito issues this coming season. Obviously, there's more work to be done. I hope the people of Garden Grove who want to have their voices heard will attend the meeting on the 21st. And council, I hope that we can continue to have your support as we did so greatly this past September. And so quickly, I'll switch gears to something a little more fun. Last Friday night, the Garden Grove Neighborhood Association hosted our first Meet on Main VIP edition. Our guest was Mayor Pro Tem Steve Jones. And it was a wonderful evening on the Tecup Patio, which is a really charming coffee and tea house on Main Street, Garden Grove. The Meet on Main event is an opportunity for Garden Grove residents to get together and learn more about their elected officials and city leaders. And I think everyone had a great time, had their questions answered, and learned a little bit more about our Mayor Pro Tem. So our next Meet on Main will be April 21st at 6 p.m., and we're very excited that our city manager, Scott Stiles, will be our special guest. So we encourage residents to follow us on Facebook, the Garden Grove Neighborhood Association Facebook page, and there you'll find the flyer with information on our next event. Thank you.
Thank you. David Twiss, and then Paul Nelson, and then Robin Marcario.
Hi, Mayor, Council. Thank you for hearing me speak tonight. I was born and raised in Westminster, and I moved here about 20 years ago and bought a house, so I really love Garden Grove. So, now concerning the mosquito problem, OC Vector wants to try aerial spraying, which they have never done before. And it has not given the facts and dangers of aerial spraying. Well, here's some facts. A study from the Harvard School of Public Health found that aerosol plumes fail to contact the targeted mosquitoes. Cornell University, 99.9% of the sprayed chemicals go off into the environment, causing detrimental effects on the public health and ecosystem, leaving 0.10% to actually hit the targeted pest. Adulticides do not restrict or control mosquitoes from continually breeding. A 2003 study finds that mosquitoes carrying West Nile virus and malaria are resistant to insecticides. National Research Council found that pregnant women, infants, and children have a greater risk of getting sick from the pesticides. Adulticides present risk to all living things and kill beneficial insects and the natural predators of mosquitoes, such as the dragonflies, damselflies, beetles, birds, bats, potentially increasing the number of mosquitoes. Mosquitoes that survive the spraying become resistant, longer lived, more aggressive, and have an increase of viruses within their bodies, such as West Nile. 2006 EPA review, exposure will damage the thyroid, liver, nervous system, immune system, and the reproductive hormones in people. The USPA warns that no pesticide is 100% safe. Columbia and Duke Universities, Duet or PBO, that Vector plans to use in its spraying, impairs brain development in children once exposed. Low levels of PBO in the air during pregnancy impair congenitive and motor development by the age of 3. Vector said that they have tried everything, but they haven't. Australia uses biodegradable mosquito traps from a company called Green Lid Envirosciences, located in Canada. They just recently purchased 4,000 of those, Australia did. If Vector does the aerial spraying, remember this: the toxic pesticide will be everywhere. Schools, playgrounds, grass, trees, cars, football, baseball, soccer fields, benches you sit on. vegetables, and organic gardens, which farmers will lose their income. Bees and butterflies that pollinate the flowers that give us our fruit will all be killed, resulting in no more fruit. Everywhere you walk will have this pesticide. It will be in your homes. Wherever your children touch or you touch will have this pesticide. So, scared now? Well, we should be. Not of the mosquito, got to be scared of the vector. Okay, thank you very much.
Paul Nelson.
He's in the overflow room. He needs a couple minutes.
He's right here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he's really fast.
I'm really fast. All right. Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and all the council members for listening to me speak. I also speaking against the aerial spraying about 6 months ago. It was a big issue. Some of us were here talking about it back then too. And back then, I don't know if you remember, it was the second time they declared spraying back in 2014. It was halted due to weather reasons, they say. And back in 2015, they declared spraying on the Friday before, I believe it was Labor Day weekend. And that's just absolutely insufficient. And they pride themselves in transparency and giving public notice, but they were going to spray, I believe, on the Tuesday after the holiday. Needless to say, my wife and I heard this, we freaked out. And we started a public campaign against it. And thankfully, it was stopped. But fast forward to now, what led to that decision back in 2015 was a vote back in March, which they postponed last month, which we're going to have on April 21st. This vote by the 35 members is going to give the district manager, who's new this year, it's not the same district manager, but it's a new district manager, he's going to give him pretty much carte blanche authority to spray when he sees the emergency is needed, when there's an emergency. And last year, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, because last year when the district manager declared the need to spray, there were 5 cases in the whole county of West Nile virus, 5 out of 3.1 million people. And that was declared an emergency. They were going to spray 8 cities, Garden Grove included, probably about, I don't know, 500,000 or 1.5, 2 million people of the county with toxic pesticides over 5 cases. And I don't really see the emergency there, and I would hope that others in those boards see that as well. And this is really about holding Robin. She's very nice. We know her pretty well, but holding her, she's our conduit to the vector. And I would hope that she would voice these concerns that this community has, because Garden Grove's target 0. There's pretty much Tustin, Santa Ana, Garden Grove, and a few other cities that they like to target. So your ground 0, your citizens will be sprayed without notice. And they do not want to give the notice. They want to be told how to give the notice. And last year was pretty much 0 days notice if you consider the holiday. Not much to do you can do on a 3-day notice during a holiday. So I would hope that you would voice your concerns there, that you supported us last year in doing this, and that this vote on April is very crucial. On this vote, I would hope that Robin would be one of the people to delay the vote, because once they do that vote, the district manager can do as he wishes. And last year the precedent was 5 cases. 5 cases. There were 98 total in the year, and 98 out of 3.1 million people. That is, there's still 98 cases, but they like to throw the big number out there. But 98 out of 3.1 million is 0.00009% of the population that was affected. That is not an emergency. That is not an epidemic. And we don't have a West Nile virus epidemic, but we sure have a lot of cancer in the society, in the cities, a lot of autoimmune diseases. We have autism. There's people out there who think pesticides might lead to autism. A lot of doctors will tell you they don't know where this stuff begins, but they sure will tell you, well, pesticides are a good place to look, but nobody does anything about it. And I would hope that you keep all these things in mind of what's really matters here, because there's going to be a lot of people still, not much has changed in 6 months, believe it or not. They're trying to outreach, but quite frankly, I think we've done a better job outreaching than they have. And nobody really knows what they do. And you're going to have a lot of people in your city walking around town with planes flying over their heads wondering what the heck that is. And they're going to be sprayed. And They say it's minuscule amounts, but you ask every single one of them, I bet you if you had a spray bottle full of it and you sprayed them with it, they would say no thank you. So if they really think that, you can't really spray the entire population of Garden Grove, or much less whatever it's going to be this year, due to a 0.00009% chance. And let that number sink in, because that was a number. And they're also going to give you 2014 numbers, which was 280 people, which sounds like a lot, but again, that was 0.00003% of the population. Actually, switch those numbers. 0.00009 for 2014, 0.00003 for last year. So those are minuscule numbers. There's better ways to treat this problem than mass spraying people with something with ends with a CIDE, which side, that means to kill things, pesticide.
Please wrap
so I just urge you that you hold Robin accountable, and that she has a conduit to you guys, and you open with her.
Thank you. Robin Mercario.
Good evening, council and staff and Garden Grove residents. I'm Robin Marcario. I'll start off with something positive as well. I just want to mention that Public Works is working on the northwest corner of Lamson and Brookhurst. They're putting in drought-resistant landscapes, and we can't wait to see what they've done, and we're very proud of their efforts. Also, I wanted to mention that the campaign signs that we're seeing now, these huge signs, we're seeing, 2 or 3 of them in one location. Can I just say that that's obnoxious? And putting it in the public space where Public Works, the very department in our city, ends up having to pick them up. What a waste of time. I certainly don't choose my candidates based on how big their sign is. So my second thing that I'd like to talk about is that I am your Orange County Vector Control person, and I wanted to thank the city for sponsoring the town hall meeting. That was one of our efforts to include the public and to better educate them of some of the reasons why we have chosen to do what we do and how we go about doing that. And so you heard some numbers earlier, and you heard sort of how, and that we were considering doing some spraying last year. That's only in response to a specific criteria that we have. It is not an arbitrary decision. It is based on actually testing female mosquitoes and seeing how many are actually infected with West Nile virus. So we are constantly monitoring. Those little boxes that you see hanging around in town in the parks, those are where we trap and test mosquitoes. We can tell you the percentage or the number of mosquitoes that are infected with West Nile virus. That is one of the main criteria. And when you talk about targeting specific areas, weather and the numbers of infected mosquitoes and all of these, whether it's hot, whether it's been raining, whether you have these enormous breeding sites. So all of this is part of the criteria as to whether we decide whether, in fact, we would need to use this last resort. So I appreciate the groups and how they're reaching out and they're doing their job in trying to educate people on how to reduce the number of sources of water. So just to that, I'll go ahead and reiterate my monthly encouragement to go around and look both inside and outside your home. Dump and drain any standing water, whether it's the dish under your pots, whether it's a piece of trash in the backyard, whether it's a leaky, sprinkler, anything that has water. We've recently had rain. Go and look in your backyard. If there is anything that will capture water, look down in there. You might be breeding mosquitoes. Those little hooky things that you see, those are mosquitoes. Dump it out. Get rid of those sources of mosquitoes. If you see this, standing water in any kind of area or mosquitoes, call us. That's what we're there for. Our number is 714-971-2421. You can also go to the orangecountyvector.org and go on Facebook and sign up for our alert program. We will be able to tell you if you give your address, we'll be able to send out an alert. We found mosquitoes in your area that are subjected to West Nile virus. Talk to your neighbors. Go check, and get rid of those sources of thing. We also have new mosquitoes which are carrying a whole new host of diseases. These are the little striped ones that carry a whole new host of mosquitoes. We're looking at threats with the Centers for Disease Control are forewarning that, you know, you've got outbreaks of Zika now in Puerto Rico, in Hawaii. We're on the cusp of this being a potentially disastrous outbreak. And so if you aren't able to actually combat them with all of the tools that are available, we want to save lives. That's what it's for. That's what we do. And in closing, I just wanted to say something positive again. I wanted to congratulate the Black Umbrella Tattoo and Art Gallery for their first anniversary. They fought hard to get their business. They're very successful. I have the pleasure of teaching mosaic classes there on Thursday. I'd love to see you there. Thank you.
Josh McIntosh.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, residents, visitors. Need to give Kathy a couple documents here. And Kathy, by the way, your hair looks great tonight.
Oh, Josh.
Okay, good evening again. I'd like to start off with an apology for my outbursts at the last city council meeting. I'd normally not allow my emotions to get the best of me, but it was close to 1 a.m., and it seemed like we would be deadlocked again on an issue that I feel very passionate about, the Barlag audit. I'd like to explain my reasoning behind this issue. The entire Barlag situation has left the city of Garden Grove looking like something out of the Dukes of Hazzard, with Boss Hogg calling the shots with no regards for the people in the city. We can never allow this type of situation to happen again. The people of Garden Grove deserve a transparent and accountable city government. We cannot just accept that Mr. Barlag was to be paid a six-figure salary for an unnecessary position to pacify him for the 2 years he wished to remain on the city payroll. We may never know what exactly caused him to create this position, or the position to be created for him. It's not like we can just ask him and get the answers to all of our questions. Unfortunately, he doesn't return phone calls or emails. We may never know how Jeremy Broadwater obtained a position on the fire department despite failing critical tests and having a lengthy police record. We may never know if Mr. Barlag was given his position as fire chief under the condition that he hire former Mayor Broadwater's son, Jeremy, or not. We were not informed that Mr. Barlag's position as public safety administrative officer was created and that he remained a city employee until the Voice of OC exposed this scandal. We saw Don Clark, the Director of Human Resources, abruptly resign. We saw the city manager, Matt Fertal, resign. We saw Mr. Barlag resign twice. We need to have closure. We need to let our city staff, our elected officials, and the next batch of candidates know that we will not condone any more shady business in this city. I have faith that this council tonight will do the right thing and accept the fourth recommendation of the Orange County District Attorney, and we can move along with this. I'd like to talk about the proposed district maps again, as many of us here to talk about tonight, I guess. As stated at the last council meeting, I'm in support of submission 2D. The reasons are simple. I support it as it keeps our existing neighborhoods together more than the other maps. The boundaries make sense. It keeps the downtown civic center together. This is our historical beginning of the city. This is where we have focused so much of our reimagined Garden Grove efforts into. This is the fairest map in that it promotes one ethnic enclave for each majority of residents while promoting 3 mixed districts, which to me represents the best of what our children see each day at school. I grew up and live in this same mixture. We've got Asians, Chicanos, Caucasian residents. I don't think that any other map represents Garden Grove in the way that submission 2D would do. I'm asking my councilmen to vote for a map that offers equality and honors our diversity. I'd also like to say thank you to the Garden Grove Neighborhood Association for having a meeting with Councilman Jones last week. Very good, very positive meeting. Good job, guys. And lastly, I too would like to congratulate the Black Umbrella Tattoo Arts at Art Gallery on their 1-year anniversary in business, which was yesterday. They went through a lot of hurdles to get there. They've shown that a small family business can realize the American dream, as well as survive and complement our Main Street. They've become an artistic hub for the city and continue to offer more and more classes and exhibits that bring in to people of all ages, socioeconomic backgrounds, and I wish them all the luck in future years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have no written communications. Welcome back, Mr. Bowie. We're gonna recess into the successor agencies, so let's do that right now. The chair of the successor agency isn't here, so Vice Chair Beard?
Can I ask the secretary to call the roll, please?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Fawn?
Here.
Vice Chair Beard?
Here.
Chair Jones?
Okay, item number 1 is oral communications, which we just had in conjunction with the city council. Item number 2 is consent items, which is to receive and file minutes for the March 8th, 2016 meeting and approval of warrants. Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second it.
Call for the vote.
Motion received, 4 yes votes.
Okay, do we have any matters from the successor agency members or the director? Seeing none, we will move to adjournment for the next meeting on Tuesday, April 26th at 2016 at 5 p.m. here in the community center.
Okay, we're going to reconvene a city council meeting right now. We have consent items 4A through K. I'm going to pull 4G for a separate vote. Do you have a motion for the balance?
I'll move the balance.
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote.
Just want to make a quick comment that the item 4A, SB resolution to support SB 969. I came up to Sacramento with 3 other people from Southern California on our own expenses and attend the Senate Health Committee hearing. And the SB 969 was passed unanimously at the committee. So it will be heading toward the Senate floor very soon, hopefully.
Great. Please vote.
Motion received, 4 yes votes.
Okay, so item 4G is the approval of the Orange County Transportation Authority Senior Mobility Program Agency Service Plan. I just wanted to acknowledge and comment on this particular program. I remember working with the senior citizens at the Garden Grove United Methodist Church before I was elected to anything or before I ran for any office as a community organizer for the Orange County Congregation Community Organization. And I just wanted to, I know the seniors that I work with aren't here, and one in particular passed away, Barbara Solzbach. God bless her heart. But I want to thank all those senior citizens from Garden Grove United Methodist Church and from the community who opened up their doors, allowed me to sit into their living rooms and listen to the stories of how far Garden Grove has come, from groves of oranges to strawberry fields to such a diverse community that we have today. And many of them chose to stay in Garden Grove and be a part of our city's changing demographics, and they celebrate the diversity in our city. So, you know, when this was first proposed, I was working with some council members here as well, and initially, from my memory, we had agreed on a $418,000 program, and this is much less, so I hope the program has gotten more efficient. So anyway, I wanna share that. It's really great to see how the community can come together, a group of people come together and work with existing council to accomplish something. I think that's a great thing, and that happened when I was on the other side, and now it's such an honor and a privilege for me to be able to vote on something that I helped start on the outside. So with that, I'm going to move the item 4G.
And before we move it, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Beard, do you and I need to disclose that we're county employees, but we're not affected?
Let's. I'll disclose. I work for the County of Orange, but I'm not associated with this particular agency or this grant in any form or fashion.
Great.
And I'm with the Orange County DA's office, and to my knowledge, we have no connection with OCTA.
Legal counsel?
Yeah, this
Okay, great.
is actually not county
Thank you.
related.
I'll entertain a second to my motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? Please vote.
Motion received, 4 yes votes.
Great. And perhaps before we do the public hearing, we'll recess right now. It is Councilmember Fat Bowie's birthday.
Oh, it is.
So, yes, it is.
Yes.
So we're gonna, we want to celebrate with you, and we have a cake for you waiting. So we're just gonna recess for a little bit, and everybody is invited to come over and sing happy birthday to Councilmember Bowie. item 6A forward right now. Madam Clerk, item 6A, please.
6A is appointment of Stephanie Klopfenstein to the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission as requested by Mayor. Take it or not.
Yes, I am appointing Stephanie Klopfenstein. I'm sorry, Stein. Stephanie Klopfenstein. Are you here? She was here earlier. Okay, thank you. Peanut Gallery, thank you.
There she goes.
Hi, all right. Yes, so, it is my honor and privilege to be able to appoint Stephanie Klopfenstein to the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission. She's been very active in our city. As you know, she's also a regular attendee, and we have that vacancy. It's due to Sophie Tran vacating it, and I'm moving to appoint Stephanie Klopfenstein.
Second.
Right? Any discussion?
Great choice, Mayor. Great choice.
Great choice.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please vote. Thanks for your support.
Motion received 4 yes votes.
Congratulations. Yes. The meetings, there aren't very many meetings, but I know you'll definitely show up to all of them. And that's what matters. You show up, you do your homework, and I want to thank you for your service. All right, thank you. All right. Is this for the hearing? Okay. Oh, for the first one? All right, great. Okay, I know there's another item that was brought forward, item 8A. That's being brought forward by Mayor Pro Tem Jones and Councilmember Beard. I just want to get that out of the way since Mayor Pro Tem Jones is not here. This is a discussion about the February 24th District Attorney Report submitted to the city. Mr. Beard?
And Councilman Beard, before you begin, I'd like to disclose that I'm with the DA's office. A friend of mine drafted the report. So, Mayor, at this time, I'd like to recuse myself from the discussion.
Sure. Mr. Beard.
Okay. Yeah, I spoke to Mayor Pro Tem Jones, and both of I agreed that we wanted to bring this back. I think we're in agreement that impasse is not the way of good governance, and so with that, I think we can come to a workable and reasonable compromise to better promote transparency in carrying out the DA's recommendation without incurring significant expense or cost to the city at the sacrifice of existing public services. I believe that we can pursue the consideration of the district attorney's recommendation number 4 in the interest of promoting public transparency and accountability in a responsible manner. I'll start with restating the DA recommendation under consideration, and quote, the city, and the DA recommendation was, quote, the city audits the work and performance of the newly created Public Safety Administrator Officer to assure the public that the position is not a no-show job, end of quote. I'd like to propose, and I ask my colleagues to possibly support the following audit provisions with certain stipulations that cause the city to be fiscally responsible in managing an audit. I would suggest that the city manager's office should obtain the contractual services of a neutral third-party professional audit firm or individual consultant experienced in employment law. Related to the audit, the city shall or should prepare a clear and concise scope of work for the auditor, specifically to address DA recommendation number 4, and that is audit the work and performance of the Public Safety Administrative Officer to assure the public that the position was a legitimate job and to measure the performance and work product of the person in the position. Now, I would recommend that the audit should review relevant documentation, records, files, and conduct interviews with personnel deemed necessary to either verify or dispute the work and performance of the public administrative officer from September 30th, 2014 to December 31st, 2014, where in a conversation covertly taped by the district attorney's office saying that Mr. Barleg stated he was not required to report to work by the city manager. The audit should seek out and obtain the full recording of the covertly taped conversation that was a part of the DA's 14-month investigation in an effort to substantiate DA claims that the position was a no-show job. Also, I would like to recommend that specific to the period from September 30th, 2014 to December 31st, the audit should reach out to directly contact the retired employee, Dave Barleg, and the retired city manager, Matt Fertel, to confirm whether Mr. Barleg was indeed authorized by the city manager to either telecommute or telework in the position as a public safety officer. Apart from working at City Hall, the audit should seek to determine if the person was working on the 800 megahertz project as well as the fire station headquarters project or other assignments. The audit should seek out a delineation of tasks or activities performed by the position during that time or any work product produced during that time. I would recommend that the auditor should conduct a thorough review of the employee's timesheets, submittals, and approvals while working off-site. I would recommend that the auditor should include interviews and confirm with both the past interim city manager, Alan Roeder, and the current city manager, Scott Stiles, to determine that they too supervised and provided significant work to the public safety administrative officer, and that person did such work on site, thus substantiating the person did report to City Hall, and the person did perform all the requirements of the job in a satisfactory manner from January 1st, 2015 to the person's retirement. January 1st, 2015 to the person's retirement on March 25th, 2016. I suggest that the audit should fully review the city human resources policies and procedures governing the position of the public administrative officer, assuring management measures or disciplinary procedures are in place to correct the non-performance of the duties, if that so happened. The audit should include a review of employment law and a review of the city's human resources policies and procedures governing the position of the public administrative public safety administrative officer related to telecommuting or teleworking. Also, the audit should review applicable employee contracts, i.e. MOUs or municipal codes governing city positions, and the conduct and requirements specific to the performance reviews and disciplinary or corrective action of employees with substandard or non-performance. Now, I would hope that the report produced would have discoveries and outcomes and recommendations based on potential findings, and I would hope such a report would include that the audit should document or verify tasks or activities performed or the work product produced by the Public Safety Administrative Office during the period of September 30th, 2014 to December 31st, 2014. I would hope that the report would identify internal personnel actions related to non-performance of an employee in the position of the Public Safety Administrative Officer and identify civil remedies, including monetary reimbursements or repayment of salary for failure of the employee not to perform their work during the period of September 31st, 2014 to December 31st, 2014. I would hope that the report would identify any conclusive evidence that may be referable back to the district attorney for criminal prosecution. If needed, I would hope that there would be a recommendation specific to developing and preparing any HR policies or procedures specific to employee telecommuting or teleworking that clearly defines the need and justification, the authorization process, and monitoring requirements. Finally, I would hope and request that my colleagues consider the cost and accounting of the audit. I would recommend that the audit contract cost not exceed $30,000, and any additional funding needed beyond that amount will require the review and approval of the City Council in a regular City Council meeting. Now, with the duration of the audit, I would recommend it be conducted and concluded with a final report within a reasonable period estimated between 90 to 120 days. Now, since accountability goes hand in hand with transparency, I would request that there be a full cost accounting and documentation of all staff time spent to prepare and conduct the audit, including the city manager time spent to research, interview, and select a qualified audit firm or individual, The Director of Human Resources time spent investigating and responding to auditing inquiries. The Deputy City Manager, their time spent to develop and prepare contract specifications. The City Attorney time spent to review all legal documents and all legal aspects of the audit. Budget and purchasing staff time spent in processing the contract and making vendor payments. City clerk time spent to provide documents and information to the auditor. Information technology staff time spent in accessing files and obtaining electronic information, e.g. emails, files, etc. And any other city staff time to be provided as a part of the audit. Lastly, all funds used to pay for the cost of the audit should come from the city council budget. No funds should come from any other city department to pay for audit expenses. The city council should not spend money for an audit that would take any money away from public safety or other public services or programs serving or supporting the citizens of Garden Grove. And with these recommendations, if they are amenable to my colleagues, then I would suggest that we take a vote to agendize this action as an action item for our next city council meeting.
Wow, Mr. Beard, I am quite impressed with the turnaround in your desire to want to audit per the DA's recommendation right now. You know, you cited that you don't want a significant expense, yet you have proposed to extend the initial proposal to audit within only the time frame that was recommended by the district attorney's investigators. And you were in that meeting with me along with our city attorney as well as our city manager, Scott Stiles. And they recommended very specifically the time period between September 30th, 2014 and November 25th, 2014. So what you've brought forward, you know, without significant expense, actually broadens the scope and is not what the district attorney's office has been asking for. I do appreciate that, you know, you want to get to the bottom of this. So I'm glad that the spirit of what the DA is asking for here in terms of transparency is something that we can agree upon. I don't think it's within our purview to seek criminal prosecution. I think the audit scope and what was initially proposed, we should go with that. I don't think we should broaden it. To say that someone telecommuted or, you know, someone actually did their job after the fact, we're not looking at that. And the district attorney was not asking for that either. Okay, we're assuring the public, we're trying to restore the public trust, not create more distractions for our own objectives, okay? So I do appreciate, once again, that you agree that there should be an audit. I'd like to just agendize just the limited scope of what the DA investigators asked for. Because we don't have to go into all that. What you listed out was 3 pages long. And you're saying we want to not spend so much on this, and we should not waste taxpayer dollars. What you just presented is a waste of dollars, sir. So I'm just being very straightforward with you. I know we've had some heated discussions here, so I need to be as clear as possible. Okay? Mr. Bowie?
Well, my first thought is that I'm very glad that we come to some agreement that there should be an audit. Over the past couple city council meetings, what I would like to advocate for is the understanding of the procedures. What's wrong with our policy? What are the weaknesses in our procedures that would allow this mistake to happen? It wasn't meant to find out who is to blame or who should be penalized for that action, but rather to understand, in our city process, in our city procedures, what should we improve so that situation like this will not happen in the future. And what was it that we were that so many residents was upset about, including myself? I was the, supporter of the, explanation that the former fire chief need to be reassigned as a consultant to a newly created position. The explanation was given to us was that because there is a contract legal obligation by the city to retain his employment and his salary. That's why that position was created, and his salary was as high as his former fire chief salary. Obviously, that position, consulting position, should not deserve that high pay. But we have to pay it because of a legal obligation. It turned out, according to the DA report and investigation, that there was no contract, and Mr. Balat's employment can be terminated at will. And so I was stunned. I said, how could the whole city make this mistake just like that? And that is why I would like to have an audit so that we can understand the weakness in the procedural, in the policy, so that we can fix that issue and won't face this, hopefully, won't face this issue again in the future. So the intent is not to find out, we blame this person A, we blame that person, C or D. So I would like to do an audit, but only to limit with a limited scope, so that we can have it done quickly, and that we do it fairly and transparently, and understand the process. So with that, I would like to make an alternate motion.
Well, that wasn't a motion that was seconded, so sorry, that wasn't a motion that was seconded, so we don't need an
But do we
alternate
need to
motion.
agendize it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
If we need to agendize it, we need to vote, isn't it?
Yes, so let's agendize, thank you, Mr. Beard and Mr. Bowie. Let's agendize the original recommendation, 1 through 4, for the next meeting. And the scope of the fourth item in the DA's recommendation would be limited to the scope of the investigation per the DA's recommendation between the time that Mr. Barlag was in that new position and the time that the public found out. That's what it's about. So that's the time between September 30th, 2014 and November 25th, 2014.
Say those dates again, Mr. Mayor. September 30th.
September 30th through November 25th, 2014. We don't need to waste staff time and taxpayer dollars anymore on this. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Please vote. Thank you.
Motion received, 3 yes votes.
Okay, let's move on.
Mr. Mayor, can
Sure.
I just ask just one point of clarification? So I understand for the next meeting, council will be actually voting on something related to this. Is there anything that you or the council members expect from the administration between now and 2 weeks from now?
If you could, I know you gave us an estimate on the cost last time, but now that you have a very limited scope, if you can give us, who you're looking at to bring on board to do this audit and what the cost would be. Before we leave this topic, I want to ask, for the public's benefit, what's going to happen with that position?
There's no quorum.
There's no quorum. Okay, well, we have to recess right now since Mr. Bowie stepped out. now that we have quorum again, I'd like to ask Mr. Stiles, what's going to happen to the position that Mr. Barlag was holding, that he resigned from? What's going to happen to that position? What do you intend on doing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So, of course, Mr. Barleg resigned from his current position. It is not the administration's expectation that we will be filling that position, particularly at that level. I think everybody here knows, my position and my concern with some of our budget deficit issues. I think we have to be very mindful of that at a time when I'm asking other departments to, belt tighten and try to do as much as efficiently as possible given limited budgets. It's a good opportunity for me to demonstrate, our own department's, efforts at fiscal constraint. And so we will not be filling that position. And if we consider, filling anything at a lower level, at a research assistant sort of thing, one of the things that I want to be concerned about as we go into the new election cycle in November. We're going to have two more council members. As a city manager's office, it's myself and the deputy city manager who are doing research. I think there'll be some more work that probably will be required and expected of us. Whether or not, we probably need some sort of lower level research assistant to help us with policy and implementing things of council. But we would certainly not be approving and going out to fill this position. So that's my expectation pending any direction from council.
Thank you. I think the public's really going to appreciate that. And I also, on that note, would like to thank the public for signing those petitions that I saw online, urging the council to take on this issue and to urge the audit. I think that your voice that you made public on the internet by signing those petitions and doing those surveys that was asked for, whether we should have the audit or not, overwhelming support from the public support the audit. So I want to thank you all for participating in that. I did take notice. I may not engage all the time, but I do take notice and I appreciate it. Let's move on. We have our public hearings tonight. If you have, if you'd like to speak during those public hearings, please complete a card. Right now, I only have one for 5B.
For 5B, I have 5C.
Okay, you have 5C. Okay, we're going to start with 5A, staff.
5A is going to be rescheduled for the May 24th meeting.
Okay. Is there a reason for that? Mr. Stiles?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, if I understand it, this is a requirement of city council to partner with Cal PFA to issue debt to help a private individual renovate 77 affordable housing units in Garden Grove. The owner of this project is applying for tax-exempt bonds, and to do that, they need the approval of the city council, I think to the tune of about $15 million, all of which would be the required obligation of the private developer. But I think we have a little more work to do on it before we bring it back to you in May. So that's what we'll be doing.
Okay, thank you. 5B, staff. Welcome back, Mr. Fan.
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
Good evening, Council. The item you have before you is the draft's 2016-17 Action Plan for the Use of HUD Funds. As recipient of HUD funds, federal law requires that all jurisdictions who receive Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership, and Emergency Solution Grants funds to prepare an action plan. This action plan specifically identifies how these three types of HUD funds will be allocated to the priority objectives that were identified in the 5-year consolidated plan. During the program year, an estimated $4 million in HUD funds will be available. This includes $1.4 million in carryover funds from prior years and $2.6 million in new funds. During 2016-17, HUD funds will address affordable housing improvements and rehabilitation, public services, emergency services, neighborhood improvement, and economic development. Staff's funding recommendations for public services and emergency services are for the maximum amount available in each category. We are currently in the public review and comment period for the action plan, and that became available for public review and comment on March 7th and will continue until the conclusion of the public hearing tonight. On March 7th, the Neighborhood Improvement and Conservation Commission held a public hearing to receive comments on the draft action plan. A summary of all comments received thus far is included in the copy of the draft you have. Tonight, you are asked to conduct a public hearing to hear and consider public comments, review staff's funding recommendations, and recommend transmission of the draft action plan to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, colleagues? No? Before I open up the public hearing, I want to comment on the $1.2 million in the HUD funds that's allocated to repay the city's Section 108 loan obligation. And this is our final year in repaying this loan. And this is for large-scale economic development. And the justification is that it brings in jobs. In the future, as I've stated in the past, I want these funds to be used to improve our neighborhoods and to support our small businesses here in Garden Grove. I think that should be a direction of our city. I remember listening and hearing from the public that we have focused too much on a certain part of our city's economy, and that we haven't focused on the rest of our city. So I'm echoing those sentiments now from those residents that spoke to me and shared their concerns. So I'm really happy that this is our final year of repaying the Section 108 loans. I sincerely hope that in the future, and this council here, as well as future councils, will look carefully and consider the rest of the city before agreeing to take out another Section 108 loans with federal community development block grant funding. So that's what I have to say on this. And at this time, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. McIntosh?
Thank you. I want to echo the mayor's statements on that. As I stated in my comments during the Neighborhood Improvement Commission meeting, I just need to echo that economic development on Harbor Boulevard, in essence, giving hotels money and developers money to build a hotel does not, in my mind, address the needs of the low-income people, the homeless people in our city. I do feel that money should have been better spent creating programs to aid those who truly need it, not those who just wanted some free federal money. So with that said, please, in the future, let's not give away our big nest egg to developers. If they were to build a hotel, those jobs would be filled regardless. We don't need to throw money to them. And no disrespect to the department. I want to keep my position. And thank you, Mayor, for acknowledging that and paying attention. It's a 207-page report. I don't know if you guys read this, but those comments are definitely in there in the comments section. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this public hearing item? This is Michael Shepard.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, and thank you to staff and commission who have prepared this report. I am the Director of Operations for an organization called Grandma's House of Hope, which is listed as one of the members hoping to receive the Emergency Solutions Grant funding, and want to encourage you to vote yes and approve it. And speak to you about homelessness for a moment. We know that homelessness does not have geographic boundaries, that it affects every community in our county. But that the people who are affected by homelessness do consider Garden Grove, or whatever community they belong to, their home. And so I want to encourage Garden Grove as one of the cities in Orange County that receives funding directly from HUD, rather than through the city's main office, to consider how you can be a leader in using your funds strategically to support the countywide initiatives to address this problem, to serve the people who are affected most by housing crisis and homelessness. I would encourage you to connect with the Commission to End Homelessness to find out how you can learn more about the strategic efforts and how partnering with organizations that are a part of Garden Grove, a part of this community, and serving in this diverse community people in need. So again, I want to encourage you for passing this, and thank you for your attention to this issue, for your staff's and commissioners' attention to this issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service there. It's a good partnership. Any other speakers wishing to speak during this public hearing? Then I will close the public hearing. Okay, so now we have a resolution to approve here.
There's no resolution.
There's no
You
resolution?
just need to move to direct staff to transmit this to HUD and execute any necessary documents.
Okay. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? No? Please vote.
Somehow I ended up with 5 votes. Okay, try again. Yours didn't take.
Okay.
Motion received 4 yes votes.
Great. Thank you. Okay, and I think we have more cards here. This is what everyone's been waiting for, right? Okay. Thanks for your patience, everybody. We ran out of pink cards?
Yeah.
Really? Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Hey, no. Just kidding. Hang on tight, folks. Adam Ribota? Ribota? Adam Ribota? No? Okay, I'll go back to you. If anybody in the audience would like to see the map, our city clerk
Probably would be better.
passing out
Mayor,
some.
if I may.
Sure.
How about if we have the consultant's report before we actually have the public hearing?
Okay.
The public can have the information.
Let's do that.
I'm going to give the report.
There, Mr. Ely here? Yes.
I was going to go ahead and give the report.
Sure,
and then
sure.
Mr. Ely can answer any questions. So, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The purpose of this report is to provide proposed voting district maps for the formation of 6 council districts for City Council consideration and to hold a public hearing to receive public input on district boundaries. As you know, on September 25th, 2015, the City Council approved a settlement in a lawsuit brought against the city, asserting the city's current at-large method of electing city council members violates the California Voting Rights Act. Pursuant to the settlement, the city was required to replace its at-large election process with a by-district election process beginning in 2016. Although the settlement initially called for 5 districts and elimination of an at-large mayor's election, the court allowed an intervention action by the Central Garden Grove Neighborhood Association, which challenged the elimination of the directly elected mayor. Subsequently, on January 26, 2016, the City Council approved a new settlement requiring the city to replace the current at-large election process with 6 council districts and preserve the at-large elected mayor. Since October 2015, staff has been working with Compass Demographics to direct the process of creating districts. In coordination with Mr. David Ely, president of Compass Demographics, a community participation plan was developed to gather public input on voting district boundaries and to facilitate the development of preliminary district map proposals. At the March 22nd City Council meeting, Mr. Ely provided a detailed update regarding the comprehensive community participation and outreach activities that have been conducted up to this point. During his update, Mr. Ely also summarized the debate and public input received from the various forms of community outreach. With regard to communities of interest, several large communities of interest were discussed extensively with geographic definitions based primarily on city boundaries, Beach Boulevard, Garden Grove Boulevard, Euclid Street, and the 22 freeway. Although these communities are not strictly defined, they can be generally described as West Garden Grove, the area to the west of Stanton City Boundary and Beach Boulevard. South Garden Grove, often referred to as Little Saigon. This area is primarily south of the 22 freeway and west of Euclid, with related areas extending somewhat north and east. Central Garden Grove, this area is generally north of Garden Grove Boulevard and west of Euclid Street. Within this area, there was significant discussion of both divisions and connections along Magnolia, Gilbert, and Brookhurst Streets, and Lamson and Chapman Avenues. East Garden Grove, the area to the east of Euclid Street, with both connections and divisions along Harbor Boulevard, Garden Grove Boulevard, and the 22 freeway. This community can be divided into two somewhat distinct smaller communities, generally located to the northwest and southeast. There was general consensus on a number of important considerations. 3 citywide considerations discussed extensively were the use of major streets rather than residential streets to form district boundaries, the distribution of high schools so that no district has more than one, and the inclusion of portions of the Pacific Electric right-of-way in the majority of districts. In addition, there was general consensus on the most appropriate formation of districts in East and West Garden Grove. There were also a number of issues discussed in which there were competing priorities or differences of opinion. Citywide considerations included the acceptable level of population deviation, the acceptable distances between communities within a single district, and the appropriate consideration of ethnicity in defining communities of interest. These and other considerations led to differences of opinion regarding the formation of 3 districts in Central and South Garden Grove. Throughout the district formation process, members of the public were able to submit maps for consideration to Mr. Ely or work with him to create a map for consideration. By the end of the second round of public meetings, there were 2 map concepts which met legal requirements and where the author requested continued consideration. Mr. Ely describes these proposals as follows. Public submission number 1 reflects all of the consensus considerations and geography described previously, and it includes districts in the East and West Garden Grove reflecting this. The remaining districts include 2 districts in South Garden Grove extending north to include significant Asian population communities, and 1 district in the northern portion of Central Garden Grove. Public submission number 2 also reflects the consensus regarding principals and districts in East and West Garden Grove. The remaining districts include 1 district in South Garden Grove and 2 districts mostly to the north of Garden Grove Boulevard, divided along Brookhurst or Gilbert. 3 final district map proposals are provided for City Council consideration. These are in your packets as attachment 1. These proposals consist of the 2 public map submittals just described and a new consultant map, Sample 6E. Sample 6E also reflects the consensus regarding principals and districts in East and West Garden Grove. The remaining districts include 1 district in South Garden Grove, 1 district along Garden Grove Boulevard, including similar communities both north and south of the business district with significant Asian populations, and 1 district located primarily north of Lamson or east of Brookhurst. This map is a compromise between competing priorities in the public submissions, as well as reflecting a somewhat more urban community associated with the business district. All of the proposals maintain the general logic of the initial sample maps, but have some significant modifications to reflect issues raised during testimony at the public meetings. There are clear differences on the proposed maps, and there are many iterations possible for each map. The City Council must adopt an ordinance to establish voting districts, so should direct staff to return with an enabling ordinance that reflects voting district boundaries as selected. After the boundaries are determined, the council must then confirm or consider renumbering the districts. 4 of the 6 electoral districts will be electing a new council member in 2016. Of the 4 council members, 1 will be elected for initial 2-year term and 3 others to a regular term of 4 years. This allows for 3 districts to be up for election at the same time in 2018. Additionally, the settlement stipulates that one of the 4 districts elected this year must be one with the highest proportion of Latinos by citizen voting age population. In establishing the boundaries of the districts, the City Council must create districts that are generally equal in population and may give consideration to the factors such as topography, geography, cohesiveness, continuity, integrity, and compactness of territory, as well as to communities of interest. It's recommended that the City Council discuss voting district formation and voting district map proposals, hold a public hearing to receive public input on the district boundaries, and direct staff to prepare an implementing ordinance for the preferred voting district boundaries, and finally discuss which of the 4 districts will be up for election in 2016. Mr. Ely and I are now available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Sandoval? Mr. Sandoval?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, great. So, are there any questions for Mr. Ely or Ms. Stipe?
I do,
Yes.
Mayor. If I may, Mr. Ely, can you please describe for the 3 primary maps that we're going to select from, the pros and cons of each one?
Well, as we said in the report, all 3 of them deal largely similarly with the eastern and western portion of the cities. Public submissions 1 and 2 focus on competing interests in a sense, so that public submission 1 has 2 districts that are largely based in the southern portion of Garden Grove, both with majority Asian population, with neighborhoods to the north of Garden Grove Boulevard included within them. There was a lot of objection to this configuration from members of the Central Garden Grove Neighborhood Association and others there. Public submission 2 has 1 district that's based in the southern portion of the city, and 2 districts north of Garden Grove. In some ways, excuse me. In terms of the functional neighborhoods and how people associate with each other, public submission 2 is probably closer to what people think of as their neighborhoods, at least in that part of the city. The conflict of interest really is in what happens to the communities in between, and the relative balance of power, in a sense, between the northern portion of the city and the southern portion of the city there. The third map, which I proposed, is intended in a sense to try and balance those competing interests, so that you still have one district that is fully representing the southern portion of the city, and one district which is fully representing the northern portion of the city, but creating the third district, combining neighborhoods that functionally connect to each other a little more closely, and also that have a significant Asian population, so that similar to submission 1, there are 2 districts that have an Asian majority of voting age citizens. And similar to submission 2, there are 2 districts that are primarily located north of Garden Grove Boulevard. In a sense, it's balancing the competing interests. The predecessor to this map, which was my proposal 6D, was an alternative way of doing that. This one was created to try and deal with considerations that were raised, discussion points at the final public meeting, and I don't necessarily believe that any of these are perfect. I think that the problem with the first 2 submissions is that they really do starkly position competing interests against each other, and one side wins and one side loses. And so I think that some sort of a compromise map is appropriate, whether it's this one or some other version of compromise.
And It seems like your compromise would be in District 3, correct? That's the one that seems to be
That's correct.
right in the middle. And in that one, if we were to approve it, would an Asian candidate have a superior advantage, or how would that fare versus that one versus the 2D?
In 2D, there are two districts that both have a very large majority of Asians in citizen voting age population, and a majority of the population is in communities that have a very strongly Asian characteristic in the Little Saigon area. In the compromise map, you still have two districts in which there's a fairly substantial Asian majority of voting age citizens. Certainly, they would meet any definition of having an equal opportunity to elect in either one of the districts. The difference is that one of those two districts is going to be primarily a Little Saigon sort of district, and the other one of those districts reflects a different kind of a community, which is also majority Asian, but is not to the same degree a uniform type of community. And one of the objections to the configuration that was there in public submission 1 is the districts stretching from north to south in ways that combine communities that maybe don't interact with each other terribly much in the normal run of business, due to the freeway running between and Garden Grove Boulevard running between and that sort of thing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing at this time. Adam Ribola. Okay. Richard Bowie. Following Richard Bowie will be Charles Mitro, and then John Holm, and then Deidre Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staffs. My name is Richard Bowie Jr., former resident of City of Garden Grove since 1980. Now I'm businessman, real estate investor in City of Garden Grove. The reason I'm here today, we had some district divided, these boundaries. So we have Mr. Daly, Emily's, and number 2 is Mr. Kessler and Kim Nguyen. I'm here just to vote, for it, for Mr. Kim Nguyen. Just the difference is it's only 1.2% different, than the other. So that's about it. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
We have translators if we would like them to
good.
talk to the audience and let them know that they're here.
Good, we have interpreters. Where are the interpreters? Actually, could you come up and... Okay. Yeah, would you please speak into the mic and let people know that you're here to interpret in the language you're interpreting for?
Yeah, of course. Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Jolis Aguirre. Si es que alguien tiene un problema con hablar en inglés y necesita una traducción, por favor, acercarse a mí o alzar la mano y yo estoy aquí para ayudarles, ¿ok? Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es Jolis Aguirre, por favor, cualquier cosa me avisan, ¿ok? Gracias.
Why don't you ask them to raise their hands now so you know where they're at?
¿Pueden alzar las manos ahorita, por favor? Si es que alguien necesita traducción del español a inglés. ¿Nadie?
No hay gente que necesita.
Okay, thank you very
traducción,
much.
sí. Okay. Next language, please. No, sir, could you? You're okay. Korean. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm David Yoon. I'm here to help Korean folks.
Would you please say that in Korean?
Yeah.
Because that's what we need.
한국말 통역이 필요하신 분이 계시면 손 들어 주십시오. 없습니까? 감사합니다. There's none.
Okay. So we have Spanish, Korean.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tu Nguyen, and I'm the Vietnamese translator for the meeting tonight. Xin kính chào tất cả quý vị. Tên tôi là Tú Nguyễn và tôi là người phiên dịch tiếng Việt cho buổi họp tối ngày hôm nay. Xin hỏi có quý vị nào cần hỗ trợ về ngôn ngữ cho buổi tối ngày hôm nay không ạ?
There's a couple over there. There's 4. Okay. So you know your people over there. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Hoa and I will be the Chinese translator for tonight. So everyone need help, please let me know. 大家好，我是今天晚上的中文翻译。如果大家需要帮忙，请跟我说，谢谢。
Okay, thank you so much. Next person here, Charles. Actually, no wait. Hang on a second. Adam Rebola. I'm sorry, Rebota. Rebota.
Good evening, esteemed council members and Mayor Nguyen. My name is Adam Rabota, and I live on Choicer or Choisey Road in Eastern Garden Grove. This evening, I hope to be someone who can speak not necessarily on behalf of my community or neighborhood, but certainly as a resident of my neighborhood. I have no agenda, and I have never attended a city council meeting before, much less spoke at the microphone or been called first. I am simply here as someone who has been following the districting process and wants to make sure their neighborhood has a voice in this very important issue. As I said before, I live in Eastern Garden Grove, specifically the hotel and resort area off of Harbor, south of the Anaheim resort area. There's been a lot of development there, and there's been a lot of prosperity. Hopefully, this has helped our city, but what is clear to me is that there is a distinct community around all of those new hotels. I live just a few blocks from where the Great Wolf Lodge was just completed and opened, and I remember driving by and being happy and smiling, thinking about all of the new jobs and revenue that this resort would surely bring to our area. But I also know that just a stone's throw away from Great Wolf, before I turn off Harbor to get into my neighborhood, there are several boarded up buildings surrounded by fences and debris and covered in graffiti, showing to me that we still have a long way to go before the prosperity of the resort area translates into a better and safer community for my neighbors and myself. The reason I'm here speaking to you is that we who live in the shadows of new developments, hotels, and attractions represent a distinct community. We have a right to have a say in who our representative is and to ensure that said representative comes from our community and knows our district. We need to make sure we have a representative who will look out for us and make sure that all those new developments translate into real improvements, such as repaired streets and refurbished or new parks. Now, I've heard a lot of talk about divided communities and quote-unquote ethnic powerhouses recently. I find some of that phrasing to not only be somewhat offensive, but also completely off base on what our city is trying to achieve. I think the best thing that I've heard is that no matter what map someone prefers, we are still one Garden Grove. And no map or districts can divide who we are as residents of our city. But what I want to ensure is that the districts around the hotels in Eastern Garden Grove are drawn to allow our distinct community to have a voice. I've reviewed all of the plans in detail. While each have their merits, I believe the best plan that keeps our Eastern community whole is Submission 1 by Kim Nguyen. This is the only plan that creates two distinct districts east of Euclid Street and contains the best representation for the hotel district, which would be D5 in her plan. I believe areas around hotels and downtown areas are neighborhoods first, and hers is the best plan for the hotel district residents. I humbly ask that the council adopt this plan without delay, and to ensure our area, which has sorely gone unrepresented for so long, places both Eastern Garden Grove districts up for election in November. Our communities cannot go without representation any longer. Thank you.
Charles Mitchell, and then John Holm, and Deidre Nguyen. And we have a lot of cards here, so please be succinct, folks. Mr.
Good
Mitchell.
evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. The actual layout of the districts is still up in the air. There are several proposals. I like a couple of them. There's a couple of them I have questions on. But no matter which map we choose as a layout of how we're going to have our elections for the city council, there are certain issues that need to be addressed when you get down to the final point of laying out how your final disposition is going to be. Because we've had problems in this city with people that were not necessarily eligible to be on commissions or on the council because of residency. I think it's imperative that when you start drawing up the resolution, you look into all of the factors and make sure that it is included in the resolution, that you make sure that it isn't just someone owning property in one of the districts. It isn't just that someone has a primary residence in one of the districts, or that that property is on the tax rolls in that district. It has to be clearly defined and laid out step by step what the qualifications are for a person to run for city council in one of the districts. So that is imperative, and I implore you to make sure that it is very carefully done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. John Holm, and then Deidre Nguyen. Following Deidre Nguyen will be Nancy Nguyen.
Honorable Mayor, honorable members of the City Council, honorable staff, my name is John Holm. My wife and I have been residents and business owners in Garden Grove for 36 years. We've attended 2 of the Compass demographic meetings, and we went home and took a look at it to say, how are we going to map this out? And my wife asked me, well, how do you read this? I said, that's real simple. It's like any engineering drawing. You go down to the legend, that tells you what to do. This is a demographic map, so we're going to find age, income, size of family down here. Instead, it says white, Asian, Latino. Gentlemen, where I'm from, that's racist. We cannot do that. We have to divide it by neighborhoods. And I think you have a very difficult job ahead of you. You have to take a look at this and be fair to everyone. But I think if you take a look at it from a neighborhood viewpoint, you'll be better served. Because you've got neighborhoods, for example, this white color is a little bit misleading. It's actually a mixed neighborhood. We wish the whole thing were white. This would not be an issue if it was all white. So, and that doesn't mean Caucasian white, that means mixed. So I ask you to take a look and see which map serves the best. From my viewpoint, map 2D does the best job. Thank you.
Deidre Nguyen, and then Nancy Nguyen, and then Quado.
Good evening, Mr. Mayors, honorable council members, and the city staff. I'm here as a Garden Grove resident for the past 19 years, and I reside in central Garden Grove. I'm here to support submission 1, Kim Nguyen's map. The plan attempt to keep the district as compact as possible allowed by law. In addition, it's guaranteed all areas of the city will be represented and distributed the district in a way that west, north, south, where the whole Little Saigon locates, and the east be elect their representative of their choice. The map also keep the Korean business together in one district. Whereas map 2D isolate the bulk of Little Saigon in only one district with Asian eligible voters of about greater than 60 to 66%, of which is packing based on the Federal Voting Rights Act. It's also intrude into neighborhood or residential street with a total of 5 times. In addition to map 6E, Mr. Ely's map, the District 4, where Little Saigon resides, is still packing in one district with about from 60 plus to 66%. The bottom line, this is an opportunity for the city to come together with equally representatives from different communities. I urge Mr. Mayors, honorable council members, to support and adopt submission Kim Nguyen's map. Thank you.
Nancy Nguyen. Following Nancy Nguyen will be Qua Do and then Hung Nguyen.
Good evening. It's a measure and counseling member. Tôi tên là Nancy Nguyen, live ở Garden Road for over 30 years ago. I can read it Vietnamese. Tôi muốn chia sẻ vài quan tâm về vấn đề phân chia địa hạt trong thành phố Garden Road như sau. Mỗi địa hạt đều có một trường trung học, ngoại trừ một khu vì thành phố mình chỉ có 5 trường trung học. Vậy là tốt rồi. Bản đồ số 1 của cô Kim sẽ cho cộng đồng người Việt chúng tôi có cơ hội để có 2 người đại diện trong tổng số 6 người. Đồng bạn của chúng tôi là cộng đồng người Mễ cũng sẽ có cơ hội để có 2 người đại diện mà nhiều năm qua đã không có cơ hội đó.
So I'm going to represent Ms. Nancy Nguyen to express her opinions about the voting map district. Ms. Nancy Nguyen has lived in the Garden Grove city for more than 20 years, and she would like to say some thoughts about the map. She's really happy with the map number 1 because basically in map number 1, map number 1 will allow each district to have at least 1 high school, except for only 1 district because our city only has 5 high schools. And the map number 1 proposed by Kim Nguyen will also allow Vietnamese communities to have a chance to vote to representatives. No, I mean to council members out of 6 total council members, and that's a really good thing because the percentage of Vietnamese population in Garden Grove city is 1/3 of the total city's population. And the last thing is that she's also really glad that the Mexican, the Spanish community will also have the chance to vote for 2 city council members. The thing that they haven't had a chance to do in the past. And that's all. That's all of the reasons why she would like to propose the map number 1 proposed by Kim Nguyen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, I just want to say for the interpreters, if you can just interpret exactly what is being said rather than paraphrasing and saying this person is saying such, just speak as if you were that person speaking, except in English, of course. Thank you. Qua Do.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council member. My name is Qua Do. I live in Garden Grove for 3 years, right at the corner of Chapman and Euclid. And I'm here by looking at the submissions of Mr. Ely and Mrs. Kim Nguyen. it's come to my conclusions. They are very similar in terms of the population and deviations. If you have a chance to look at it, District 3 and 4, 54.6% and 55.1% for Asians, and District 5 and 6, 49% and 62% for Latino. That's submission 1. And Mr. Illy, 6E, somehow they are just very similar to this one. The only difference I recognize on Mr. Illy's proposal is Mr. Illy's map intrudes into neighborhoods on residential street a total of 5 times. And one of those divisions is an unnecessary divide down an alley. And once we divide the district into 6 districts, it's going to create a lot of confusion for voters. And they probably have no clue that the house right next to them or across a small street is going to be voting for a different council member. So the advantage of Mrs. Kim Nguyen is using the major street to divide into 6 districts. So that's create a very distinguished, clarify with the voters to make them easier to know exactly who that would be the person running for the district. So that will eliminate the confusions of the voters. Even right now, people in Westminster, they still sometimes don't even know that they live in Westminster, and sometimes they vote for the person running in City Garden Grove, right? So there's a lot of confusions. So this submissions by Ms. Kim Nguyen have helped to eliminate the confusions for the voter. So that's the disadvantage I can see from submission 1, because somehow I can see submission 1 and 2D, 6E, are very similar. That's the only difference. Okay, so I will encourage you to vote for submission 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Hung Nguyen, followed by Laura Hin Tran, followed by Vu Levin.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council Member. Actually, last time when I get over here, I didn't say anything. I just want to see the discussion about those things. But that helped me to bring in there, so I see the submission 1 from Kim Nguyen at least has a more reasonable. Then I look at the map of Mr. Chancellor. I recognize a couple of things like isolate the bulk of Little Saigon to only 1 district with an Asian eligible voter percentage about 66%. What is the parking based on the Federal Voting Rights Act? It seems to me this one about the Voting Rights Act will come to this thing. And now we run into that again. Another thing is intrude into neighborhood on Residence Street over 5 times. One of those divide cut right through a Little Saigon neighborhood along Gateway Avenue rather than along Brooker Street, a main thoroughfare. The request by residents in East Garden Grove to have 2 districts completely east of Euclid in this honor and brought east to Staff Street, that move last on this side. These divisions seem intent to ensure certain supporters of the map are giving district to run in 2016. That's what I think. In essence of the Chancellor map is an attempt to have a small group of people choose their own voter rather than letting the voter choose them. This is not democracy. This apparent poster of the map want to punish the Vietnamese community for electoral success rather than try and build bridge so the entire community has an equal opportunity for electoral success. That's why I urge the mayor and city council to vote for the green map. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Hin Tran, followed by Vu Le Vin, followed by Kim Nguyen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Laura Hien Tran. I'm standing here tonight speaking on behalf of my family of 10 residing in 11952 Medina Drive, Garden Grove, CA 92840. We're living here about 33 years ago. I'm also speaking on behalf of an activist in the Vietnamese community for more than 2 decades ago. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I come back here tonight to humbly urge you to vote yes for the submission 1 proposed by Ms. Kim Nguyen. I think it is the most appropriate and fairest map for the whole community, since this map doesn't aim to divide the ethnic communities into small groups, so they could be failing to have the opportunity to elect their own representative. The submission 1 can offer the equal opportunity for the 3 largest community ethnic groups, the Anglo-Caucasian 2 seats, the Latino community 2 seats, and the Asian community 2 seats too. I wish we should together build a strong, understanding and loving community as Garden Grove used to be before, instead of creating trouble leading to race, discrimination and hatred between the different ethnicities. I sincerely speaking, I don't want, neither expect to see the council members could be wasting another huge amount from the taxpayer to pay for another possible lawsuit from certain ethnic group who could assume that their voice could be ignored by a wrong map. So, in my own opinion, I think that the submission 1 could create the equal opportunity to all the citizens of Garden Grove for electoral success, and the citizens of Garden Grove can live in harmony and peace as they used to. I wish our city could be remaining like this, the same, and couldn't be split into 6 parts. But unfortunately, everything is done now. I have to respect your decision, even I think it is not a very good idea. So please be wise in your consideration and your decision how to choose the rightest and fairest map for all the citizens of Garden Grove. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Vu Le Vin, or Vu Le Vin, and then Kim Nguyen. So if you want to move up, there are some open seats in the front for the folks who are coming next. And then Elizabeth Raganold, and then Stephen Mai.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council member. I would like to support submission 1 map of Kim Nguyen because it has a high school in every district, with the exception of 1 since there are only 5 high schools in the city of Garden Grove. This, yes.
I can hear her fine. You can continue. Yeah.
This plan attempts to keep district as compact as possibly allowable by law. The division between District 2 Northern Seat and District 3 and 4 along Chapman Avenue, which is a major street, compared to Lamson Avenue, which is only one lane each way. Little Saigon is a unique community of interest in Vietnamese comprise over 1/3 of the city population, and respect the wishes of residents in the East Garden Grove to have a two district east of Euclid, which will guarantee them two representatives when for many years they have had none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and your English is great, by the way. Kim Nguyen.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members. At the last meeting, I shared a little bit about myself, and at this meeting, I'd like to share a little bit more and focus on my map. I used three parameters when designing my map. The first was to keep district lines along main streets and with between natural boundaries. Also, the second was to make sure that each district had one high school, but in Garden Grove, there's only 5, so one was excluded, and that was District 4. Lastly, to keep the population size between each district as close to one another as possible. In order to do that, I used a median population of 28,480, and no district goes above 1.13% deviation from that. Communities of interest are formed by individuals coming together based on things like neighborhoods that are united through small streets and housing tracts, common community concerns, and geographic location. Yet these are not the only things that factor into a community coming together. Other factors include socioeconomic status, religion, language, and culture. Can we get 100% of the people into a district that they want to be in? Unfortunately, that would be impossible. But we must strive to find the middle ground that will unite as many Garden Grove community interest groups as possible, and to ensure that they have a voice on the council. The process of districting is meant to keep communities together so that representatives can be elected who can effectively serve those areas. I have sought feedback from my friends, family, colleagues, and several community activists. What resulted? A map that truly represents the city of Garden Grove. Areas that have historically gone unrepresented will now have the opportunity to directly elect their representatives. The city is evolving, and in order to foster change, we must ensure that everyone has a seat at the table. My map keeps areas that are most similar and people who have naturally gravitated to one another together. It affords them the right to vote for someone they believe can accurately represent them by addressing their concerns and meeting their needs. Mayor, as you pleaded with the Anaheim City Council, I too plead with you that you steer the process in a manner that reflects the people you serve. I urge you and the council to approve this plan where the people will have the ability to choose their representatives. Thank you for your time. Thank you, David.
Elizabeth Raganold, then Stephen Mai, and then Maureen Blackman.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Liz Raganold, and I am here tonight to give public comment about, it was 2 items on your agenda, but we resolved the bar leg dilemma. Anyhow, I'm here to support Andrew Kanzler's or MAP 2D. I want to remind everybody that the settlement agreement with Mr. Montoya that started this whole process here for our city called for creating one Latino district. Since I've lived here 23 years, we have had no problem electing white men and Asian American men and women to our city council. So when I hear talk about that they have areas of our city that are not represented, I'm a little confused by those statements. And I tend to agree very much with what Mr. Holmes said about the dilemma. You know, when I met with the demographer and he explained the rules for divvying up these districts for our city, and we were doing it by 3 ethnic groups versus neighborhoods. Well, I come from the central Garden Grove neighborhood. And I was very surprised, Mr. Bowie, at the end of the last council meeting when you said, you know, something to the effect, and don't quote me, I'm not giving the exact words here, what is this Central Garden Grove neighborhood? So I'm going to tell you a little bit about that, since maybe you weren't here in the late 90s and early 2000s when this neighborhood bonded together. And I know, Mr. Fan, you weren't here in the 2003 also, so maybe you could benefit from a little history. Anyhow, the Central neighborhood grew back in the 1990s, early 2000s, and I was one of many of the original founders of the Central Garden Grove Neighborhood Association. We weren't located in the center of our city, but we already had an East Side group with Vera Lambert and the Harbor folks, and we already had a West Side group with Tony Flores and their group. And we needed a name, so we picked Central Area Garden Grove, even though we weren't located in the center part of our city. The group became politically active because of neighbors along Gilbert Avenue and Stanford that were concerned about planning commission and city council decisions, that were making some variance changes to the zoning. And so we organized our group packed planning commission meetings and city council meetings with hundreds of residents, but the city council and planning didn't agree with us. So we had no recourse left but to launch a citywide referendum. We did do a citywide referendum. We got a bunch of signatures and reversed the city council decision. And I haven't maintained my membership in the organization over the past 10 years or so, but it still exists. It's not the Central Garden Grove Group anymore. It is now called the Garden Grove Neighborhood Association. And you're all familiar with the Garden Grove Neighborhood Association. They hold annual meetings. They do wonderful things for our city. So I believe that the diverse neighborhoods north of Garden Grove Boulevard along Gilbert should be kept together, which MAP 2D does. And we have a long-standing neighborhood there. We're very diverse. We love our diversity. We're predominantly Asian. As our city demographics continue to change, we're probably going to still end up, no matter how we cut this pie, with 3 Asian predominant neighborhoods, 2 Latino, and 1 white district on the west side. But at least the 2D map puts strategic neighborhoods together. It puts the central area that is a long-established neighborhood group together, and it keeps our civic center area, which I think Josh mentioned, with our civic center and Main Street and our Village Green, that whole area together. I believe this map process has gotten very racialized, and I don't like it. I live in this city, and I bought in this city because I wanted to live in a diverse neighborhood. I think we should be trying to unify our city and do as less isolating districts that are predominantly this and predominantly this. We needed to get Latinos to our city council. And so let's do that, folks. So in summary, my 3 reasons to support 2D are: 1, the settlement agreement called for 1 Latino district, not 2 districts of this group and 2 districts of this group. What are we going to do when we get Little Arabia along Brookhurst in Northtown? Are we going to then make another district for that little area? I'd love to see that. I'd love to see a group for our Eastern European neighbors. But we can't have districts for every specific racial group in our city.
Your time is up. Please
Okay.
wrap up.
Okay, so my last 2 points are the area along Gilbert and Garden Grove Boulevard should be kept together, and that the Civic Center and the Village Green area should be kept together. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Stephen Mai, then Maureen Blackman, you're right after him, and then Benny Diaz.
All right, well, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council and the staff. My name is Stephen Bao Mai. I live in Central Garden Grove at near the corner of Chapman and Gilbert. I'm also a businessman in Garden Grove. After I hear gentleman spoke earlier on and lady earlier, I mean, I like that. I like how they want, the whole city to mix together. Everybody is living in utopia, no racial lines. That would be beautiful. I think the future, maybe that's what it's going to be. Unfortunately, I think at this time, communities of similar interests still gravitate together, and they still sort of flock together, especially if they need each other's help. So I was thinking communities of or groups of people who have similar interests, who share similar needs and concerns, should be grouped together in this district mapping, so then they can better be represented within the council. So I have studied different maps, and I compare the numbers. And again, I see that Kim Nguyen's map is in general has more, divide everything more evenly. Like the population distribution is more even. The, not racial, but the groups of similar interest are also divided evenly. Like the east side has two districts, distinct districts for the Latinos, which they have been underrepresented, and the south side, which is the Little Saigon area, is a very unique community of more than a third of our city's population is the Vietnamese, and they also going to be divided into two different distinguished districts. So that, and then of course, you know, the west side and the north side. Now that we all have our representatives, then the city, again, everybody will be happy, and I hope so. So again, I believe the submission one from Kim Nguyen's map is my choice of a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Blackman.
Hi, I'm Maureen Blackman. I've been in Garden Grove for 38 years, and I have like 15 different spiels I wanted to give. But the bottom line is that we can look at this two different ways. We can go by picking ethnic groups, which whatever way you guys decide to go, you're not just looking at the people who are here speaking, but you're looking at Garden Grove down the road. You have big jobs. I think King Solomon had to do it as well. I don't believe for a minute that you're going to be able to look at Kim's map and vote for that, and neither are you going to look for Kanzler's map, because you paid somebody $50,000 to do it. You're going to have to take his opinion. Otherwise, you're going to have everybody mad at you. So we can look at it two ways. You can do powerhouses. We can go 2, 2, and 2. That means, Chris Beard, we're going to have to get into the West, because we're not going to ever have a Caucasian majority in this city without dividing the West. So if we're going to go down the road of cutting up districts, let's go for it. I say let's get a map. Mr. Ely said that he wanted to do a meeting perhaps on Saturday, another community. I've tried to crunch the numbers. I give Kim a lot of credit, and Andrew too, because I couldn't do it, no matter how many times we tried. But it's not fair to leave my district ripped up, my neighborhood ripped up, and other districts put together, and leave the West Sankrastack that they don't need to be touched because for some reason they're on Little Island. You got a large white majority. I need some of them because I need my district and my neighborhood put together. When it first started out, all I was thinking about was the economic. I think, Chris, I talked to you, let's break it up economically. How is best? I never even thought Central would be ripped to shreds so that we could build a bigger majority. It's crazy. We have 3 Asians on our council. Nobody even mentioned it before this. So we can go neighborhoods and keep neighborhoods intact. We're definitely going to have to go with the Mr. Ely map, but if we're going down the road of splitting into 2, 2, and 2, I want a strong 2, 2. Thank you.
Benny Diaz, followed by, or after that would be John O'Neill.
Distinguished members of the City Council, Honorable Mayor, Mr. Scotty, I just wanted to say something that's very interesting, something historical. We have to analyze why we are here, why we are discussing about districts. The city has almost 60 years, and Latinos have never been represented. Yes, I speak on behalf of the Latino community, and I am very proud of it. But at the same time, I am very humble, very happy, and pleased, and blessed living in Garden Grove. But let's not forget about that. If we don't have, Latinos doesn't have a representation, not because they are not able to vote, are we going to exclude them out? We need to really think that seriously. I mean, not because one group called this ex-neighborhood group or that neighborhood group decides to say what they want and ABC. They're not the last word, and yes, I do respect you. But it's everybody's job. And the responsibility doesn't belong to just to that group. It's everybody's responsibility and obligation. So I don't take that also, what Mr. Eli said, is the final word either. It's everybody's final word. And you are at the end of the day, you are the one who are going to make the final decision. Yes, I do support Mrs. Wendy's map. It's very well thought out, benefits everybody, and let's not be afraid if it's going to be two Latinos, two Vietnamese, or two Caucasians. I mean, that's part of life. We grew up together. And yes, one group of people likes to be with the Latinos, another group likes to be with the Asians, and for the matter, the Caucasians. But at the end, we all living together. We all pay taxes. We all go to the same schools. We all, are living in this beautiful place. I apologize. I get so. But again, the main issue here is, this issue is brought here because it's one group didn't have no representation. And I applaud to you, Mr. Bao, and I applaud to you, Mr. Bird, for fighting for many years in this issue. And I've been witness of this. I live almost in this city for almost 28 years. I never claimed that I live many years here. Doesn't matter. Because maybe somebody who just lived 1 year or 2 years might have more dedication, more love to this city than the ones who only lived 30 years, who haven't done nothing for our city, just living there. So for that matter, sir, please, I beg you, members of this distinguished city council, to consider map number 1. And yes, I am not running for office. So I have no intention, no interest whatsoever in trying to promote myself or the Latinos for trying to elect me. No, that's not my point. My point here is, I am very blessed living in this city. I am very blessed for the organizations in our city, but at the same time give us an opportunity too. How long are we going to be consider ourselves to be second-class citizens just attending this city council? I don't think so. Enough is enough. So, finally, I wanted to say something else that's very important. I owe everything that I am to the Caucasians. When I came to this country, they were the ones who I learned the language from. They were the first one to extend their hands to me. But also the beautiful this is this, that at the end of the day, we are a family. And we all have to be together. And doesn't matter what position do you take, you have to find a way in which everybody is represented. Not because you don't vote, that doesn't mean that you don't participate in it. They are entitled to participate. They pay taxes. They pay rent. They buy here. So if somebody comes to me again and said to me, oh, I don't support the Latinos because they don't vote, or how many people are going to your house who are able to vote? I mean, shame for the people who say that kind of stuff. So finally, I wanted to express my deepest gratitude to the Vietnamese community who are reaching the Latino community and trying to work with Mrs. Nguyen to have this map. Thank you very much.
Ron O'Neill, then Tammy Tran, then Lou Correa.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, fellow neighbors. My name is John O'Neill. I feel a little guilty now because I was going to say I lived here for 51 years, which I have. But even if I lived here 1 year, I'd still be proud to be here in Garden Grove. Okay.
And you might be running for office.
I may be. You never know. But let's look at the main focus of this. Better representation for everybody once we have districts. Don't look at it as your little district. You're going to have better representation from your council member for your neighborhood. So that's a good thing. We're going to keep the communities together with these districts. Your councilman that you elect in your district is not only going to represent you, but he's also going to represent you to the whole city and vice versa. And a lot of what we've heard tonight is, let's not let this district divide us. Let it unite us together, right? These lines and these numbers are not going to satisfy 100% of us. It's just not going to happen. And I'm going to recommend the map that after all my study and that I've done, I'm going to recommend a map to you. And I hope that my friends on the other side that might have another map that they support I'm going to go with whatever map is finally approved. I'm going to go with that. But let's not make those lines divide us. We're all still Garden Grove residents, as everybody has said. A lot of work has gone into these 7 maps from a lot of different people. I participated in as many meetings as I could. I had a private meeting. I've studied the data. I think a lot of you that know me, I don't jump to conclusions of whether one party or the other, or what one believes or that. I'm going to study the information and make my best decision. So when you look at all the data, in my mind, I have to support Kim Nguyen's map. If you look at the data, it's equal. It keeps neighborhoods together. I know Central Garden Grove Committee, and I have a lot of friends there, and they feel like it's breaking it up. But I think you're going to get more representation when you have 2 councilmen in your little neighborhood association there. So I'm in support of that map. Her map actually has a very diverse and balanced population map. It has very strong support, as you can tell, from groups and residents individually. So I am supporting that map. Just to give you a little, I've been around a long time, 51 years. My family moved here when the city was formed. I live on the same street I grew up on now. I bought a house there. I had another home in East Garden Grove. I live in Central Garden Grove. I had a home, my wife and I first got married at Bixby Chapel, which is now I forgot the name of it, Living Springs. But to show you that I've been around, I took pony rides through Robert Schuler's church, the Garden Grove Community Church, when those were walnut trees, okay? Taking pony rides through there. Went to kindergarten at Gilbert School. Went to St. Columban's, 1st through 8th grade. Went to Rancho Alamitos for 4 years. All my friends either went to Garden Grove, Pacific, Bolsa. Boy, if you guys could live back in those days, it's a great community, and it still is a great community. That's why I get involved, and I want to keep it that way. My final point, Joel Block has some good points. As we move forward and get past the district lines, I think it is very important that we have rules on running for council when you move to a district. Maybe 18 months prior to the election, you should probably have your primary residence in that district. Because that way you can make a decision, I want to run in this district. Go move to that district and spend a year and a half there before you just move there and vote. And then also on appointments, I think that would be fairly simple if you just, if there is an opening, the runner-up in that district would fill the appointment until the next general election. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tammy Tran here. Lou Correa here. Tammy Tran. Okay, thanks.
Hi, good evening, and I will make my comments short because a lot of folks have given some good points on the maps that are being considered. My name is Tammy Tran, and I am a resident of Garden Grove, a homeowner, and I have a kid and another one on the way that will be going to Garden Grove school. So I'm very invested in this community. I don't plan on running anytime soon. My first office I'll run for is probably PTA president. But I wanted to, first off, to thank the city as well as the community that really took effort to put time into this process. This is the first time the city has gone through it, and I think it's a great process, and I think the city's done a good job, and also taking input from people from the community. Public participation is really important. I think you can tell from the people that are here that they're very invested in the community. And there is no wrong or right map, but I am here to support Kim Nguyen's map. I want to highlight the fact that I'm really impressed by Kim because she may look small, but or she's petite, but she's someone that really reflects the diversity of Garden Grove. I mean, she's talked about her background. I think that's something that's really important to note, that, you know, this process has really gotten a lot of people that would otherwise not have been involved. And in 5 years, we're going to go through this process again after Census 2020. So I think whatever map you choose or decide today on behalf of the Garden Grove people, in 5 years, we'll be going through this process again. And hopefully more people will be involved, and we'll have a lot of changes that happen in 5 years. I know I'll be adding another resident to the city of Garden Grove in 5 years. So the reason why I'm supporting submission 1 is because I think, number 1, it is a compromise map. I know that another map that the consultant has put forth was called the compromise map, but I think that that's unfair to label that at this point, because I think the map that Kim Nguyen put forth is really a compromise that reflects, as the consultant said, all the different consensus issues that came up. So that's really why I'm here. My husband spoke earlier. We're both here to support Kim Nguyen's map, and we hope that you'll strongly consider that. And again, 5 years, we'll be going through this again. Thank you.
Lou Correa, and then Daniel Bravo, and then Ann Nguyen.
Mr. Mayor and council members, good evening. First of all, I want to thank all of you for all your good hard work on this issue. I've gone through a number of these redistricting exercises at the state level for Assembly, State Senate, and Congress, and these are very difficult issues. There is no right or wrong answer, as was just stated earlier, but this is an important process for democracy, and I want to thank everybody behind me and all those folks watching on TV, because it is important that all of us participate in the democratic process. I'm here as a longtime former representative of this area, represented this area, Garden Grove, one way or another, as a supervisor, assembly member, state senator, and I've been part of a lot of the things that have happened in this city. Let me focus, though, on a couple of issues. Not the ethnic issue, not the racial issue, but let's focus on the socioeconomic issue. East Garden Grove is the area that I've represented more than any other area. And it's the area that I've been most involved with. A decade ago, the residents of East Garden Grove thought that they weren't represented by the city council, so they called their state representatives in to help them on the issue of keeping their homes from what they perceived to be a threat by the city to tear down their homes and build an entertainment area, hotels. That was a big fight we had. That was a decade ago, yet not more than a year ago, same repeat. Those same East Garden Grove residents called on us as a citizen to come and work with them to make sure that they were essentially had a voice here in the council. So you can begin to understand that I think East Garden Grove has really had a difficult time in the city of Garden Grove. Map 1, I believe, gives East Garden Grove that representation. And again, this is not about ethnics, this is not about race, it's about socioeconomics. When I was at those meetings, it was not one set of folks, but it was all the neighbors banding together and saying, please make sure that our neighborhoods are not torn down. For full disclosure, let me say, not only do I support Map 1 because it is a good representation for East Garden Grove, but I also, I'm proud of the fact that Kim Nguyen was one of my interns. She was a graduate of my Young Senators program, and I'm proud to see a Santiago High School graduate be the author of one of these maps. So I have to say, one of our own has grown up to be, and hopefully, a great leader in the future, not only today, but in the years to come. Let me conclude by saying, Mr. Mayor and council members, I support District 1, Map 1, that is. Thank you very much.
Daniel Bravo. And then Ann Nguyen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Daniel Bravo, and I'm with OCO, the Orange County Congregation Community Organization. And we're a 501c3 faith-based community organization that has been serving Orange County and the city of Garden Grove for over 30 years. And Mr. Mayor, I think your comment earlier spoke to that. We've been working with community members for a long time. We focus on various issues, including education, homelessness, immigration, restorative justice, and civic engagement. In the past year, as part of our civic engagement mission, OCO has been involved in community education and participation in the district map processes in cities and school districts throughout Orange County. Today, we want to express our support for Public Submission 1. We have written a letter that we dropped off earlier today, and I have it here.
We've received
just in
it.
case. Okay, well, I have it. Yeah, just in case. But we've been paying close attention to this districting issue in Garden Grove since the lawsuit was filed. And the reason why we're all here tonight, as it's been mentioned multiple times tonight, is because the voting rights lawsuit concerning the traditionally underrepresented Latino community within Garden Grove. Therefore, we feel that it is imperative that the city, that the council select a map that attempts to resolve this historically significant discrepancy. The Latino community makes up over 36% of the population of Garden Grove, and 2 Latino plurality seats can be easily drawn. Therefore, after careful analysis of all the maps under consideration, the data shows that Public Submission 1 does the best at giving the Latino community an opportunity to influence elections in Garden Grove and have their voices heard. OCO has also heard some concerns from Asian community members and organizations regarding the composition of the South Central districts in some of the proposed maps. We feel that the council should take into account the testimony and advocacy provided by the Vietnamese community on how they best describe their community of interest. OCO is proud to support Public Submission 1, which is Kim Nguyen's map, because it has broad consensus from different community groups in Garden Grove that we are proud to work with. So thank you for hearing me out, and please support Public Submission number 1. Thank you.
Ann Nguyen. Robin Mercario is after. Is this your card, Robin? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staffs. I feel uneasy to stand up here. This is my first time to come here.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and it scared me. And, the reason I come up here, I want to speak my mind, but look like everybody already said anything it need to be said is already said. So I would like to say is I would like, if you consider about the submission 1, and, I feel that's most fair for the, for the citizen of the Garden Grove, since I'm living here in about 26 years. And I feel that map is really, look like it's really divided fairly. So please, vote for submission 1, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robin Mercario.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Garden Grove residents. I went and attended all the meetings. I think the city did a great job of doing outreach. There were lots of different locations and lots of different people were participating. And recently just did a nice video that was posted, so kind of informed people about tonight's thing. David Eli's put together 6E. That he sees as a compromise. At least it keeps District 2, which is the central area, together. For submission 1, it kind of looks like 2 slender legs that seems to just split down the middle. And it goes, when you go up, it leaves just a little tiny piece at the top, where, I'm in the central area where with the neighborhood group, I was part of them and part of that whole evolution of completing the first referendum in the city's history. We collected 8,500 signatures in 1 month's time. We have a lot to be proud of. And we've continued to interact with the council and be part of the solutions and ideas of how to better the city. So the submission one literally splits us. I mean, we're right at Lamson and the Gilbert area. So really, on any of the other maps but that one would work, to be frank. The submission D keeps us together. Submission E, which is Eli's map, keeps us, together as well. So it's really the only one that doesn't really make sense for me is submission, Kim Nguyen's map. There was another map that was similar to Kim Nguyen's, which is 6B, which creates 2 south districts and still kind of keeps, the central area together. But you need to rework it and keep your 2, 5 and 6. So I just, it seems to me that this process still needs to have some minor adjustments this side or that. But I think it's an interesting process. I'm thrilled to see more people involved with it, and I thank you for your time.
Duc Ngo, and then Alice Fan, and then Trin Vo. Are you here? Duc Ngo. Okay. Alice Fan, and then Trin Vo.
Dear council members and Mayor Nguyen, I support the submission 1 of Kim Nguyen because every district would have a high school where it contains our future voters for the community. And also support map number 1 because the division along the districts is mostly along main streets, and the division along residential areas are very limited. So I hope that you guys will vote for submission 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Trin Vo.
Good evening,
You
council
can pull
member.
that down. You can pull it down. There you go.
Sorry. Good evening, council member and Mayor Nguyen. My name is Trin. I support for submission 1 by Kim Nguyen map because this plan attempts to keep district as compact as possibly allowable by laws. Another goal was to have a high school in every district, with the exception of one since there are only 5 high schools in the city of Garden Grove. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Tran.
Dạ, kính chào thị trưởng và tất cả council members. Tôi tên là Liên Trần và tôi ở tại thành phố Garden Grove từ năm 1980 cho đến hiện tại. Và thành phố này là thành phố tôi rất yêu quý và quan tâm nhiều nhất. Và I think I will spend the rest of my life in my town, Garden Grove City. Đọc qua những con số này và về cái cử tri của cư dân trong thành phố này, thì sau khi chúng tôi phân tích kỹ và chúng tôi có nói chuyện với lại neighborhood của chúng tôi là gồm có người Latino, American, thì chúng tôi đồng ý là cái bản đồ mà của cô Kim là map number 1 là rất fair cho mọi người. Và ở đây chúng tôi cũng có những người bạn ở Garden Grove, họ ở dưới này nhưng mà họ nói họ đi theo để ủng hộ là number 1, phải make sure là number 1. Thành ra chúng tôi xin cảm ơn quý vị và chúng tôi xin ủng hộ cái map number 1. Cảm ơn.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lin Trần, and I have lived in Garden Grove at the corner of Magnolia and Chapman for 36 years since I was in the U.S. in 1980. This is the city that I love and care the most. I have researched the figures about the voters and the city residents. After careful analysis and consulting with my Latino neighbors, I realized that map number 1 by Kim Nguyen will ensure equality among the voting districts. Everybody will be happy. Therefore, I strongly support this map. Thank you very much.
Okay, is Duc Ngo here? Did you find him? He probably left. Okay, so we only had one person that submitted that left. That's pretty good. I think that's it. Anyone else? Mr. McIntosh. Is this for now? Go ahead and, yeah. Is this for now? Yeah. Yes, please step forward, and then you can step forward after him. You don't have to sign in. Eddie Portillo, I got you. Okay.
Okay. Listened to a lot of new voices here tonight. Seen a lot of new faces. For many people here, this has been their first time speaking. Apparently, this is the first time that they've taken an interest in local politics or cared enough to show up and participate. And I guess that's because it's involving an election. When you have an election, you've got money, you've got power, and you've got corruption. I would like to think that we've got, okay, Kim Nguyen pops on the scene. Kim, you've got a future, that's for certain. You've got a very well-organized bunch of people here, ton of people whom we've never seen or heard before, for the most part. And, very, very organized. Somebody's behind this. Somebody's got something very, very big at stake with her map. I mean, look at all these people here tonight. So what is this? Is it about power? Is it about getting more votes for Little Saigon? Do we have a problem electing Vietnamese councilmen? I don't think so. We've got a majority of Vietnamese councilmen, and that was before districts. You vote, you show up, you participate. If you vote, and hang on, I gotta go back to that comment about somebody not knowing if they're in Garden Grove or Westminster. Dang it, if you vote, if you have to register to vote, you should know your address and you should know where you're supposed to be voting from. That one really stuck with me. So, I have a problem with Kim's map, and not because it's giving more zones to Little Saigon, it's where Little Saigon ends. Bringing it up to Chapman Avenue? That's ridiculous. That's not keeping a neighborhood intact. Hazard, down here in the far south, is very different than up here at Chapman. You're just taking existing neighborhoods and trying to make giant Little Saigons. I'm sorry, that is not keeping neighborhoods intact. That is a power move. That is trying to get more votes just to get more votes, just to get somebody else elected. Okay. If you want to look at neighborhoods, what goes to what neighborhood, look at the restaurants. Look at the grocery stores. I know where El Super is. I know where Dilat Market is. I know where Ralph's is. That's your neighborhood. Those are the people that buy groceries. The restaurants, it's where you buy your food. It's the easiest sign to see where you're at. I've been a home pride and business pride judge in the city. I've been at every inch of this city. I know where the ethnic neighborhoods are. Trying to create neighborhoods that don't exist, neighborhoods that are completely different, seems to be the biggest goal here tonight under the Kim Nguyen map, which I have a big problem with. People saying that they're not represented is not right either. That's because people don't vote. If you don't show up, you don't participate, you don't register to vote, and show up at the polls, that's your problem. There's a lot of flaws with this. I'm worried about the corruption. I'm worried about the people behind this. It scares me. I'm supporting Kanzler's map, submission 2D, because it does seem to be the fairest map with 3 zones of mixed ethnicities. To me, that's the fairest map we have. Everything else seems to be a power grab, and I think it's more divisive than unifying. Thank you.
Okay. Eddie Portillo.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilman, City staff. I guess before this process started, right, different communities at different, places, we were gathering together and kind of talking about, the benefits and where the maps should be drawn and where they should line up. And, I've been sensing a lot of fear, too, from certain communities, certain groups, about there being a change in Garden Grove. And the thing is that, Garden Grove is no longer the Garden Grove of 50 or 60 years ago, right? It's a new Garden Grove. It has new demographics and new people are coming in. And, I want to just be able to extend my hand to that community and say, hey, we're not leaving you guys behind. We want you guys to be part of the future with us, but we also need a seat on the council. We also need a voice. We also need somebody to represent us. And that's the reason why we're here today, and that's the reason why this process started. Because for District 6, we never had any type of representation. And, right before the meeting, I get a letter, from, I guess you could say, one of the groups or members that are kind of afraid of this change, that they don't know or they have a fear or they think it's a kind of conspiracy or something that's going on. But no, it's just that we're coming to the community and we're saying that, hey, we want to be a part of it. We want representation. And that's the reason why, I feel that Kim's map is a good map, because she actually came out to our community. She came out to different communities and actually spoke to them and said, hey, I'm drawing this map. I'm a resident from Garden Grove. I went to Garden Grove High School, right? And, I want to see how I can include everybody, or at least include as much people as possible while making it as fair as possible. And that's the reason why I support Kim Nguyen's map. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak during this public hearing? Now is your chance. Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to close this public hearing. All right. So we have to take action here.
Take 5 minutes first.
Absolutely. I know you've been begging me to take a break. All right, we're going to take a recess. Sorry about that.
case. Yes. I mean this case, not the case.
Okay, we're back. And first off, thank you to staff and to our demographer and to all the public who came and spoke. And overwhelming support for submission 1, which is Kim Nguyen's map, who graduated from Santiago, not Garden Grove. I caught that too. And the diversity of the community who came out, or who came together, first of all, to put this map together, very impressive. That's what creates change. And I applaud your leadership and your efforts. Very proud that you came out of the school district I served on a school board of. And the diversity of ages and languages and different backgrounds, I think that is our city, right? I mean, the folks you brought together, that's reflective of our city. In addition to that, the organizations that have signed on have served our communities across cultures and ethnic, racial boundaries. I think the spirit of the California Voting Rights Act is exemplified in what we saw tonight from our community. And it makes me really proud to be mayor of this city. And it makes me really proud to be your neighbor, to be a part of this. So, I'd like to hear from my colleagues too, but, overwhelming support for the map. And some of the reasons that were given really make sense. And I think the reason why is because you were able to bring so many different people together across differences. People that oftentimes don't even come together. That's amazing. That's great. That we should be proud of that as a city. I certainly am. And I applaud all the efforts and all the speakers. Even though this might have been your first council meeting, stepping up to the mic, I know it's sometimes a scary thing, but you did it. And I encourage you to come back in the future. Whenever there's something that you care about, that you're passionate about, this is your meeting. This is your council meeting. This is your city. This is your city government. And we are your public servants. That's what we signed up for. And sorry, Mr. Hung, the public hearing is closed. And you're raising your hand there. That's what we're here for. We're here to serve. And the reality is, we can't tell who's going to win in the future. There's no way to tell. We don't even know who the candidates are. But just seeing people come together, taking interest, great interest, in seeing the council be reflective of the diversity in our community. That's the spirit of the California Voting Rights Act. The spirit of the law is not to divide our communities. The spirit of the law is not to reduce the influence of any particular group. It's to make us more democratic. It's to make us more representative. So I see that definitely happening. I'm really proud of that. I'm certainly going to move to recommend, to direct staff rather, to prepare and implement an ordinance for submission 1. And then we're going to have to, if my colleagues are going to be in accord, and then we'll have to discuss which of the 4 districts would be up for election in 2016. So we all heard the same things. We'd love to hear from my colleagues. Please chime in. I'm certainly really excited about this. It's bringing a lot of energy to our city. Colleagues?
If I may, Mayor, I'll start.
Please.
Yeah, so I was looking at all the numbers, and they all seem to break the almost exact same way. There's not a lot of differences between the percentages of all the ethnic groups. Having said that, though, my only reservation, Mr. Mayor, with one is how it runs up all the way from the south to Chapman. And if our goal is to include or keep neighborhoods together, that's the only issue. I like one because of the fact that it's using major roads as dividers, so that it keeps the confusion down. But that's my only concern, is how it goes all the way up from the south to Chapman, and that may not be all inclusive of the neighborhoods. As far as 6E, it looks like my concerns was with that map dividing some of the neighborhoods possibly. If I can possibly see a version of that map that uses more of the main roads, that would probably make me like that map more. And I presume each one of these maps that we're selecting from all have a high school included in it, right?
No.
Certainly 6E and 1 do. I'm not positive about
2D?
2D.
Okay. Yeah, so that's where I stand, Mr. Mayor. I mean, if our concern, and I definitely heard the majority of the audience here, of electing appropriate candidates for their district, because of the breakup of the percentages are so similar, I don't think that you'll see much of a difference as far as who's going to be elected from each of those districts, except for the fact that will we keep the neighborhoods together?
You know, just to address the issue of keeping the neighborhoods together, I know that can be one of the considerations under the California Voting Rights Act, is just communities of interest. But the intent of the law, from my understanding, the spirit of the law, is to allow protected classes to have influence in elections. And that's priority, because that's what the law is about. And the argument from the supporters of Submission 1, in terms of maintaining the geographic natural boundaries, which is also something that can be a consideration, maintaining those geographic boundaries along the major streets, the major arteries in our city, that makes sense too. Because I know folks that live north of Chapman, and that's a big street. That's a natural divide. And also, Brookhurst is also a natural divide. And so is Euclid Street. What doesn't make sense is saying, you know, we want to keep this idea together. Of course we want to focus on our entire city. But when we say we want to define a certain area and create a boundary for it, specifically the Civic Center, I think that's not harmed in any way. You know, we're not harming the idea of Reimagine Garden Grove if we go with Submission 1. There's no harm there. There's no harm in terms of focusing on our Civic Center or our Main Street. I understand that in the Submission 1 that we heard a lot of support from the public that it divides the Civic Center from historic Main Street. The reality is we can still do all those things. We can still do Reimagine Garden Grove, because Reimagine Garden Grove is not about boundaries. I think Reimagine Garden Grove is about transcending boundaries. And that's what's great about our city, and we've seen that tonight. So, you know, those neighborhoods also change over time. And this is what the community has put forward. This is what the community has worked so hard on. They've brought people together. And this is really for the next 4 years, 5 years or so, 4 or 5 years, until we have to do it all over again. right? That's the great thing about our democracy.
Well, it looked like Councilman Beer want me to say first because he probably have a much easier job. He representing West Garden Grove. just trying to tease you a little bit to ease up the tension in this room here. You know, as I sit here, or even this morning and yesterday, I talked to our city manager office because I'm really worried that this is where we will end up like 3 weeks ago at the previous council meetings. Thus, I'm really worried from what I hear, you know, the tone, you know, in the street, that we still have two contentious groups that we might not be able to reach some understanding, mutual understanding and consensus. And so I asked Mr. David Haley to come earlier today in the afternoon to talk to him and see, you know, try to understand when he worked with the communities, what was the tone, you know, what were people are really concerned about. And I was so sad that 3 weeks have passed and the two groups did not have a chance to meet together and collaborate. There was no effort to facilitate the understanding, you know, the passion, or the frustration from each groups. I believe that when we have difficult consideration or decisions such as this, it is very important that one group look from the view of the others, so that even if we may decide one way or the other, we need to understand why people feel so conviction about, you know, map 1 or map 2 or map 3. Now, 3 weeks ago, I asked the question, what is Central Garden Grove? Of course, I understand Central Garden Grove, but I asked that question so that everyone will try to understand why is it that Andrew Map want to protect Central Garden Grove so much. If I stand from the Central neighborhood point of view, I would understand why they are so conviction about maintaining that neighborhood together. We are talking about people who live there for a long time, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and some people even 50 years. As I sit here tonight, I miss my old friends, Toby Robin, very much. She passed a few years ago, and she's a champion for Central Garden Grove. In 2011, when I was so concerned about the billboard that we plan to put up at the Hyundai dealership, I looked up Garden Grove Neighborhood Association so I could talk to them and ask them to help me, raising my voice. And I ran into Mr. Tony Flores, you know, Toby Rubins, Maureen Blackburns, and I come and talk to them. I plead to them that the people along Crass Avenue need their help. And Central Garden Grove come to me, and ever since I come often to the area close to Lamson and Gilbert. And so to me, that is the center of the neighborhood, the Central Neighborhood Association. But I do not know to the extent, you know, where that boundary extends to the north, to the south, to the east, and to the west. And I hope that would have been clarified, and that during the last 3 weeks, the two groups, with the help of the city, you know, facilitating, would come together and understand each other's point of view. So the group that would prefer Kim map, which is submission number 1, would understand why it is that the people in that neighborhood love so much to be able to keep their neighborhood together. they often come together to talk, to mingle. And so by separating them, it hurt them a lot, emotionally, I mean. But then I would also hope that through that collaboration and working, those groups will understand why it is that the people supporting the submission number 1 felt so strongly about it. Because they have a lot of pride in their community. And with the submission 2D, they felt that they are being blocked all the way and conscripted to just south of Garden Grove, while Little Saigon is growing into Chapman. There's a lot more Vietnamese business and Asian business along Garden Grove Boulevard, along Chapman Boulevard. And so by doing with the submission 2D, perhaps they felt that they are being conscripted and limited to such a small area. That kind of understanding would be easier for us to compromise or even understanding each other, even if we choose to go left or to go right. But that hasn't happened. And so tonight we still have certain group feeling very frustrated if we go left, and then other group will feel very frustrated if we go right. That's very unfortunate. Mr. Mayor, if I think we can have a little bit of time, perhaps we should consider bringing the two groups together so that, and the city will have to play the role of facilitation so that at least one group can understand why it is so important, from each other's perspective. And perhaps if we can do that next Saturday, then the following week we could vote, and we would probably still have time to get ready for the election in November.
I think we already went through a process, and this process has received a lot of engagement from the community, and that's the process. We're not necessarily here to be forcing different groups together. I think it's okay that people have different interests. That's just the process. That's America. That's how we do business. And I know that staff is on a calendar, and I want to be very conscious of that as well. This is our job. Our job is to make the tough decisions. So we've heard from the public tonight, and we need to act. This is the time for us to act without any delay. So, the compromise, let me just, we're 20 people and 3 organizations for submission 1. We had 4 people and 2 organizations. I'm going to count those 2 as Civic GG and Garden Grove Neighborhood Association. So there we have it. We already heard.
So is there a second? You have made a motion, did you?
Did you substitute yours? Is that a
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, I move to direct staff to prepare and implement an ordinance for the preferred voting district boundaries for under submission 1. And I appreciate a second here.
I will second it. And if we need any more discussion, then that here.
Yeah,
If not, then
this
we
is
can
the
vote.
time for further discussion if there's any more.
My input is, I would like to, I favor the compromise, 6E. I think it represents the various aspects of the city. It has represents the compactness of the territories, all the geography, the ethnicity, the numbers. It conforms to the California Voting Rights Act, and so I'm partial to that. I agree with Councilmember Fawn related to the districts 3 and 4 in the submission plan. I think they extend beyond or extremely north. I think geographically 6E best represents the city, so I'm in favor of that plan.
Any further discussion?
Just for clarification, Mayor,
Sure.
if we were to vote today, this is a really important decision for our city.
Yes,
and
it
as
is.
you know, Mayor Pro Tem Steve Jones is not here. If we were to push it to when he comes back at the next meeting for a full council decision, how would that hurt or impede in our plan to get this moving down the road, City Manager?
I'm sorry, Mr. Fan. We do have quorum. We have the legal legislative body here to vote on this matter. So,
Respectfully, Mayor, I'm asking the City Manager a question, and regardless of what he answers, we can take the vote or not, but at least have the courtesy to at least allow our City Manager to explain it, but would be an impediment to that
sure.
process.
Mr. Stiles.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think I should defer to the city attorney to answer that.
Yeah, for legislative action, there is no impediment. And Mr. Jones would be able to participate in your subsequent actions at your next council meeting, regardless of the action that you take today.
Oh, okay. So if we were to go on to a direction of the map that we choose,
Yes.
then are we basically down that road, and then Mayor Pro Tem Jones will have no say in what other maps?
You would
like?
not be down that road because we would be bringing back an ordinance for introduction, and the city council at that time still has the opportunity to change what the ordinance says.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm good.
Okay. So I also want to address what Mr. Beard brought up regarding the submission 6E. That's the third, right? That's
Right.
what's being called the compromise. My understanding is this is something that the demographer came up on his own. This is just not what the community came up with. We need to go with what the community came up with. That's what I think. And from what we heard, the only person that spoke on 6E in the public was Ms. Marcario from my recollection. And her opinion was anything but submission 1. And that's not really a strong support for 6E, which is the third submission. And she was stronger on submission 2D. So I want to just make note of that for my colleagues and for the public. So Mr. Booth.
I would like to echo the mayor too. 6E have not been commented on by most of the residents coming to this forum, and we only see people interested in submission 1 and submission 2D, and I think we need to choose between either two of those submissions. And there have been a motion and there have been a second, so
Yes.
I don't see any support for the 6E.
I
Is
don't
there a second?
Yeah, I will call for the vote once discussion is exhausted here. Colleagues, any further discussion? Okay, please vote.
Motion received, failed with 2 yes votes, with Councilmember Beard and Councilmember Fawn voting no.
Mr. Fan?
I want to clarify why I voted no on the last one. It's because of the fact that if our concern is the fact that we want to get a majority or keep a certain amount of Asians on the council, any one of those three proposal will do so. So Kim's proposal, David's proposal, or Andy's proposal, they all have that possibility to bring a elected official who is of Asian background or of a ethnic background. The bottom thing we seem to forget here is that you have to get out there and work. All right, I'm getting to the point of like losing my patience because the fact that it's not about race, it's not about anything. It's about the fact that you get out there and work as a candidate. I'll vote for you. You're polka dot purple if you come out and reach out to me. And that's the point. And so no matter what map we go with, you know, it's like when they say that the best selection for a choice is when you piss off all the parties, that's what I'm going with. Because just because you have a majority here in this chamber doesn't really mean that it's a majority support in the city. I agree that, yes, a lot of people support one, which I don't see why we shouldn't. But my concern is it runs too high from Hazard all the way up to Chapman, and that doesn't really include all the neighborhoods together. And that's my primary objection to one. So there you go. If David can come back with 6E to be more definitive with the main streets that I think is needed to make sure that there's no confusion between who's running where, I think I would support that proposal. And that's where I stand.
Go ahead.
Question related to city attorney. Can we take any enabling actions starting for preparation for an ordinance and then plug in a map so designated at the next council meeting? Do we get a head start if we take some action now to have ordinance in place, prepared, and then at the next meeting have a decision with the majority of a council here?
Yes, you may do that as well.
Okay, well, I'd suggest we do that. If there's some means of initiating an ordinance to allow us to put in place a district map for an election in November 2016, we should take that action tonight. And then when we're a full council, then we can act on, review, and consider a final plan by a majority of the council.
So are you proposing that we're going with a certain map of the three, or what's your recommendation?
Well, that's my saying. That's what I'm saying. Can we initiate an ordinance that is required to put this on the ballot for the voters, and then at the next meeting decide on the final map?
Yeah, just to clarify, district maps will be on the ballot. So that's not the issue. The issue is which map are you going to be presenting to the voters through the adoption of the ordinance?
Okay, so it doesn't matter if we do anything tonight. We can do this next.
We're looking for direction tonight because it'll make it easier to have an ordinance before you at your next meeting that you can introduce and then adopt at your subsequent meeting.
I'm sorry, if I may, the ordinance will also address which district will come first.
Yes.
And that's why we need to
Okay.
decide, because otherwise we won't know which district would come first if we don't have a map selected.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like we're going to take any action on it tonight because we're at a stalemate here.
We could, as you're aware, we are divided right now. And, I do encourage, one or both of you to change your vote.
Well,
and we can reintroduce the motion and bring it back for another vote.
Let me clarify one thing here. Councilman Phan, I do not believe that one map will favor more Asian council member than the others. The only thing that are very certain here are the district number 1 and district number 4. That two districts will guarantee a domination of ethnicities. All of the other districts, 2, 3, 5, and 6, no matter how we draw them, there will not be a super majority to guarantee that group will have a representative in the city council. So I do not believe that the map number 1 or map number 2D or map 6E will guarantee a an ethnic group having more representative in the city council or not. So let's erase that, because I think that kind of consideration will confuse the residents and make this process more complex.
You're right.
I believe what it comes down to here is the submission 2D is favored by the neighborhood in Central district, Central Garden Grove, because they have been living together, they have been mingled together for quite some time. There's a big history. They would like to retain that. They draw the map in that way, not because they want more, Caucasian council member. That's not the intent. The intent is to keep their neighborhood together because they have been, socialize with each other in that kind of neighborhood for a long time. And similarly, Kim supporter would like the submission 1 because they felt that would be more representative of Little Saigon, that they take pride in, not because they want more Asian member in the city council. And so I think we need to come down to here is how can we meet the objective of, the Central neighborhoods wanting to be together, and the Little Saigon want to, business and other things want to be together. I had hoped that the compromise would be able to do that, but we didn't get that far. So tonight, I believe we have to make the decision, and if we cannot make the decision tonight, we get into deadlock, then perhaps we will, need to bring the group together and see if we can, we can flush it out at the next council meeting.
Yeah.
So with that, I would suggest that we go through a second round of voting to see if we can break through it. If not, then we have to wait until next city council meeting to make the decision.
I'll take that as a motion for submission 1.
Yeah.
And I'll second that. And before we go to the vote on this again,
Technically, Mayor, it's
Can we do
basically
that?
a reconsideration because
Okay.
submission 1 was already voted on. So really the question is, do we reconsider the vote on map number 1?
okay.
So I mean, I can make a motion?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to reconsider the map number 1.
Okay. I'd love for the second to come from Mr. Fan or Mr. Beard here, but I'll second it for further discussion. The dynamics of elections, with the number of candidates, the ethnic backgrounds of candidates, how hard candidates work, that we can't predict. That's not predictable. What we do know is that these maps, and because it's not predictable, we really can't assume that one race is or one ethnic group is gonna be holding a seat or not. It's still at the end of the day up to the voters. And I trust the voters will choose the best candidate. These boundaries are in accordance with the law in submission 1, in the spirit of the law as well. And in reality, it doesn't hurt in any group really, because what we see is each of these districts gives everybody an opportunity to influence that election. And you're right, it's not about race. And this isn't about carving out districts based on race. It's in accordance with the law, which means that it allows groups to have influence on elections. That doesn't necessarily mean that because one ethnic group has the same ethnicity as the candidate, that they would automatically vote for that candidate. It would mean that they have influence in that election. And why not go with the map where so many people have worked on together? We see that. It's clear. I mean, it's so clear. I don't know what else to say. I mean, the people already made their arguments and they were great. And these make sense to me. I grew up here in Garden Grove. You know, these boundaries do make sense because they go along our main corridor. They go along our major streets. And they maintain a high school in each district. And it doesn't, you know, put one group all in one district. You know, which is something we can't do, really. We shouldn't do in the law. We can't do that. That's not allowable. But this is in accordance with the law, and that's what we have, and we need to abide by the law. And we need to move forward. I mean, we shouldn't delay. Any further delay is going to make things more difficult for us as an entire city.
You know, and just to add to what Mayor Bao have just outlined, this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're just drawing the boundary so far. There's many other things that need to be worked out for district. For example, what would we do when a person in District 1 move to District 2? Do we have to resign from the city council? If a person in District, let's say District 4, term out and cannot run in District 4, can he allow to move to District 1, live there, and serving the people of District 1?
No.
But well, that's perhaps not. But all of those things need to be worked out, and we have a lot of things to consider and work out. If we could just get stuck into this, we will not be able to, you know, to address a lot of the issues that are waiting for us to discuss.
If I may, City of Garden Grove is a general law city, so we do have to follow the elections code requirements. All of the issues that were brought up in public hearing pertaining to the issues you just raised, Councilmember Bowie, are already covered by the elections code. So if you wanted to change the provisions of the elections code, we would have to consider a charter, and that requires a vote of the people. And, you know, so at this point, you know, the issue of councilmember terming out, the voters have already decided if you serve 2 4-year terms, you have to sit out for 2 years for 1 full term. So it's already been covered by state law or the municipal code. The only issue for you today in this election is which map and then which 4 districts are going to be up for election in 2016.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Fan?
You know, I hear the majority. Many of you are my friends. I love you guys. But I'm just stuck on the fact that this whole, you know, run up from Hazard to Chapman doesn't sell me. And perhaps, Kim, you and I can talk offline. You can tell me why you think that would be the case. I would love to get over that hurdle. And then maybe I'll go with 1. Because at the end of the day, all of the maps break out the same way. You all have your own high school in the district. All the population seems to be marginally represented. But I don't want to basically just go with the majority here that's spoken. I want to also be the champion of the minority, too. And I want to make sure that just because the majority here speaks, doesn't mean that perhaps the majority of the city supports it. But you know, having said that, my only concern is the 2 long strip there in 3 and 4 that goes from Hazard to Chapman. So if someone can explain to me how that incorporates all the center of community.
But Mr. Fan, what is the concern there, though? What is the concern?
The concern is that you're basically incorporating communities that may not be of the center of interest, or they don't have the same common interests between them.
Communities of interest. So which particular community are you speaking of that's not
Basically,
of interest?
running from Hazard to Chapman, in my experience, and walking the whole city, there are lines of demarcation as far as where the neighborhoods are, and I just don't see that as being one congruent area.
That's one part of consideration for drawing the maps. That's one part. This map is in accord with the law.
And so is 6E.
I understand that, but that's why the argument saying that it's not congruent or doesn't make sense. It does make sense because the spirit of the law is maintained too, and that is protected classes have influence. And the reality is, like Mr. John O'Neill, our planning commissioner chairman, said earlier, it actually gives greater influence to the central neighborhoods because you're able to influence more elections. And when you're able to do that, you actually have more of a voice. So I think it's great because it creates a balance. And in a democracy and in a pluralistic society, we want people to come together across differences. And though I think we should avoid bringing the two differing groups tonight together, this is going to create that natural plurality. I mean, from what I remember in political science, which is my undergraduate degree, that's a really good thing because people are going to have to form coalitions to influence so that the idea that folks are presenting will be balanced. It won't be extreme. I think that's really good for our city. I think that's a very positive thing. You know, and I personally want that for our city. I want balanced ideas, balanced approaches. I don't want any one group to say, hey, we believe this, so it must happen. I don't think that's balanced. And so this is actually a really positive thing.
I agree. You're not going to change my mind tonight, Mr. Mayor, and so I would recommend that you give me a little time to consult with the people who I trust, and I really believe, Kim, you're one of them, so that I can get the truth on what exactly is happening. And perhaps I will change my mind and go with one the next time. But this is basically my first impression with, more insight.
You know, I'm going to take the liberty to ask Ms. Kim Nguyen to speak, to answer your questions. So feel free, you can have all the time to speak with Ms. Kim
Cross-examine you?
Nguyen.
Is that what you want me to do?
Yeah, cross-examine.
I wish I would have gone to law school now.
So
You still can.
So Kim,
Let me pay off my undergrad.
why did you pick 3 and 4 to be so long?
So, first, let me say that I know that a lot of the things here that are being spoken is about race and what that's not. I explained myself to you guys what my 3 parameters were: population size, main streets, natural boundaries, and high schools, which I accomplished. You can't just drop down the line without skewing the numbers on all the other sides. And when you drop down a number, you're changing and lowering the number of population size in other districts. So if you do that, you're going to have to redraw the lines for all the other districts. This was not my first attempt. I did 4 versions before submitting this one, and I vetted it very thoroughly with multiple different people of groups, races, and, Okapica, LULAC, OCO. Great discussion. The main thing here is if you look at Lamson is not, it's a big street, but it's 1 lane each direction, right? It's fairly small. And then if you go down to Garden Grove Boulevard, you screw the numbers on one side, a population becomes significantly greater than the other. And again, my main objective was to keep the population size as close to possible. That was my main objective. My numbers, if you look at them, the population size is very close to one another. So by dropping that line, the whole map changes. I don't know if David wants to speak to that at all, but one little adjustment here or there throws off by thousands. And then the map is no longer equal.
And as far as, do you feel that from Hazard to Chapman actually is one congruent neighborhood?
You do.
And what makes you say that?
If you, for instance, I know that during the community meeting, some of the biggest contention was Lamson. They wanted the line to be Lamson. When you drive down Lamson and you drive through and you see some houses have been converted into temples. So that population area is changing, and you have to acknowledge that change. And also, again, back to my point, the biggest thing here is population size and making sure that each district, one district doesn't have a huge majority over the other.
How do you address the concerns of the non-ethnic groups? For example, tonight, except for Mr. John O'Neill, who supported your map, it looked like the majority of the speaker who supported map 1, your map, was Asian or Latino, and the ones who did not or support map, is it 2D, were Caucasian. Can you address how that can be remedied?
I think one thing to keep in mind here is that if you're in an area and that's your neighborhood, that's still going to be your neighborhood. This line isn't a wall that's going to separate you from the person across the street. And if anything, it's going to keep you stronger because now you can go to 2 different people and tell them what your issue, what your concern is, versus only going to one. And by packing people into one district and limiting their voice, I mean, I pose a question to you. Do you think that that seems fair?
But then,
a neighborhood association is still going to be the neighborhood association. These district lines is not going to change that. It's just only going to change who you have to come to speak directly to get something, to be discussed on the agenda or for you guys to vote on. And instead of targeting one person, you can go to 2 people now and have those 2 people on your side to help you get your goal achieved. So that's what I would say to those individuals who don't believe that Central Garden Grove is 50% Asian and they want to argue that this district line here is going to make me not go to my neighbor. If you look at Lamson, you're cutting across residential. It's a house. That would be my neighbor. If you go down Chapman, there's stores, there's big divider that can separate that from a neighborhood, and it's not cutting down residential streets or cutting through, apartment complexes.
Yeah, Chapman is a pretty
Main
big
Street.
artery with
Yes,
4
thank
lanes,
you.
2 in each direction, and a median. Lamson is a 2-lane street. Chapman has lights,
Exactly.
major street lights.
Lamson
Lamson doesn't.
Yeah, Councilman Fan, if I may jump into contrast between the district map to the submission 2D and the submission 1. Now, we know one of the key things that the Central neighborhood would need is that they would like to keep their community together, right? That's one of the key concern. If we take a look at 2D, if I put the center of the Central neighborhood to be Lamson and Gilbert, actually that would be splitting the Central neighborhood into 2 different districts right at the center. If you take a look at the submission 1, Gilbert and Lamson, the center of the neighborhood will be, still within the district number 3, and that would retain the majority of the neighborhood, the Central neighborhood.
Right.
Now, they lose a little bit of the area north of Chapman, but that's about the only thing that they lose, just a little bit of that. But otherwise, their neighborhood are intact in one district, as opposed to submission 2D. The center of the neighborhood is right at the intersection of 2 districts, and so that would be more divisive. Now, as I look at it, it's more divisive for the Central neighborhood. It doesn't make sense.
That's true. That's really evident. And also, there's a little bit of a, what would you call that?
It's the intersection of District 3 and District number 2, according to 2D.
Yeah, and that tiny little area
Yeah.
is almost completely separated beneath Garden Grove Boulevard. And yes, it does split more.
Correct.
What Councilmember Bowie said. because it goes down Lamson and then Gilbert. So it splits right there. And the other one maintains that. So that argument.
Can I say one last thing?
Mr. Fan, any further questions for Ms. Nguyen?
No, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can really help us move along tonight, Mr.
I
Fan.
know you can't. I know I can't. I never do anything in a vacuum, though. So I'm gonna have to ask for more time, Mr. Mayor. If we're in stalemate tonight, then we're in stalemate. But I'm gonna have to do my research, my driving. I've done enough research. However, there was new information tonight that I don't want to make a rash decision on.
Thank you. In that case, I'm going to turn to Mr. Beard. Mr. Beard?
Well, I still am supportive of the compromise plan here, and I think it's well laid out, and it reflects all the necessities of meeting the California Voting Rights Act, the demographics, and I like the layout of it, and so I'm still supportive of that.
Okay. Since there has been a motion and there has been a second, we're going to have to record this vote. Please vote.
Motion failed with 2 yes votes, with Councilmember Beard and Councilmember Fawn voting no.
Okay, don't act surprised. You knew that was coming, folks. Okay. All right, we're going to have to come back to this. But the law does, or actually the settlement rather, which is, I guess, law, does specify that the Latino plurality, Hispanic plurality district needs to go first. But we do still need to decide whether that's going to be a 2-year or a 4-year, right? Okay. So just want to give that update to everybody. Sorry, Peanut Gallery, hearing's been closed. That was the liberty that we did for Kim Nguyen to answer Mr. Fan's questions. Thank you for being patient and being here. So just want to give that update for everybody. Okay. What's left here? Closed session? So next meeting, we'll have to do this again, so that will be on April 26th at 5:30. Is that what I read on here? We have a closed session.
That's in case we have a closed session,
Yeah, we'll do closed session after next time too. Is that okay? I know it's going to be a long meeting, right? Mr. Stiles, recommendation?
Well, I would like to add a matter from the.
Can I have Mr. Stiles answer the question?
All right.
Thanks. Mr. Stiles.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm not, I think it will be a fairly long meeting on the 26th. We've got a number of things that we probably are going to have to talk about, but it doesn't, whether you want to do it early, late, I know a lot of it depends on your work schedules and other things, so the administration will be fine whichever way you want to go.
And how early is early?
5:30.
5:30 typically.
Are we talking about starting the regular meeting at 5:30? Oh, okay.
That's what I'm reading here.
I thought we were talking about if there was a need for a closed session, we would start that at 5:30.
Yeah.
Okay, but we'll start at 6:30. If there is a closed session, then we'll start at 5:30. So we'll do that an hour ahead, and we'll have to really be punctual, colleagues, please. All right.
5:30. Can we go back to item 8?
Absolutely. Item 8.
Okay. I would like to agendize an item for next council city meeting. So many residents bring to my attention about the issue with landscape. People putting rock on the front yard for to conserve water. and other people putting pavers. I got 4 requests just this week because they received citation for not doing according to the code. I believe our code is outdated, and this issue have been affecting our residents citywide, and there's so many of the issue coming up. So
Are they doing that for drought? Are they doing that to save water?
They do that to save water, and they didn't. In doing so, they violate the city code for landscaping front yard.
Yeah, we should take a look at that.
And so I would like to put in the agenda to put into discuss and ask staff to recommend to us how first to report to us how widespread that problem is, and what would be the recommendation for us to take action.
Yeah, I know at one point we also had a ban on artificial turf, and that's no longer there, right?
Right, it's no longer prohibited.
Okay, but apparently the different kinds of landscaping there's still some codes there. So I definitely support that. That makes a lot of sense, especially since the drought and the conservation measures are really going to be permanent. We're in a drought. That's not really going to change, really. So do we need a vote on that?
Question, will it be a discussion item? If so, we could just have an update, informational update?
Yeah, just for, Mr. Mayor, council members, just for clarification, so at the next council meeting, the council wants to just discuss it further, or when you say agendize it?
Agendize it so that we can, have staff, do the study, make a recommendation so we can, vote on it.
So my understanding here is that Councilmember Bowie is giving direction to staff to come back with a first reading to no longer have that particular ordinance in place because it is causing undue hardship for these particular homeowners and residents who have this particular kind of landscape. And I agree. I think we should put a moratorium on that particular enforcement today, now. While we wait for staff to come back with that. I don't think that's really fair when folks are taking active measures to conserve water based on our own mandate from our city. So I think, I'd like, city manager to direct staff to put a moratorium, that particular kind of enforcement, and to come back with a solution that we can begin to vote on and adopt as a new ordinance. This is something that we have to do because we are in that mandate by the governor.
Yeah, I do recommend that you consider a motion for an action item for
Okay.
your next meeting.
Yeah.
So he moved. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Any further discussion? Please vote.
To receive 4 yes votes.
Thank you, Mr. Bowie, for your leadership there and being proactive. Other colleagues? Matters? No? Okay. I would like to address the folks that came and spoke about the aerial spraying on mosquitoes. I know we voted to give direction, and we wrote a letter as a city to the vector control folks, and I know that we don't have jurisdiction there. I know that. But I would like to formalize a position from our council to direct our representative to vote our will. And for me, from what I've heard, not only tonight, but from previous meetings and from what I've seen in the media, from the community, not just Garden Grove residents, and I share the sentiments. I don't want the spraying. And I share the sentiments with other county residents. I would like to instruct our representative to vote no against the spraying because it's going to come to a vote on April 21st, if we can do that.
State law would not allow that, but the city council can actually take a position to the vector control board and take its own position as to the board. But state law provides that the city
Yes.
representative has to vote on her own, basically.
Well, let's urge her and advise her that the folks who appointed her to represent the city, who are representing the city by mandate of elections, is hopefully, if my colleagues agree, is urging her to oppose the aerial spraying. And I know the meeting is on April 21st here. And so we're not going to meet again before that. So what are our options to do so?
Yeah, if the city council determines that you need to take action today as an urgency because the issue came up today, and you need to take action today because your next meeting will be too late, then you can forfeit an item to the agenda and vote on it today. So if there's a motion to add it to the agenda, and it's got to be unanimous because it's only for council members, then you can actually take action tonight.
Okay.
Okay. I would second it.
Okay, so, all right. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, my only concern is that, we don't have a fair representation of the positive and negative effect of aerial spraying. I can see how, from a practical perspective, that it would be harmful, because when you're spraying the whole area, more than likely children, pets, stuff like that can be exposed to.
Yeah,
to
go
that.
with that.
However, how dangerous is it? I hear doom and gloom from the speakers. Where are the facts? Where is he citing that information from? I don't see that. And I'm not going to go with one or two people who's going to be talking about brimstones and things coming out of the ground as truth. And so even though I would like to take a position, I don't know enough about it to take a position.
Well, Councilman Fant, I remember a few months ago when they decided to spray, and I was very concerned. My wife and I rushed home and trying to cover, a lot of the fruit trees, and we did that not because we overly sensitive, but we did that because the advice from the Vector Control Board is that everyone must stay inside, close all the window, and don't come out during the time of spraying. If it is not dangerous, why would they advise us to do so? So the reason so many of our residents are so concerned is because when it comes to our house, we do not want to take chances. Maybe there will be no harm to us, but what if there is? We cannot just take a dice and hope that it will not cause harm to our children, to our pets. And so we are not telling the board that they are wrong. We want them to be cautious. We want them to give us plenty of warnings, a heads up, so that we have time to prepare for it. Last time they gave us only 24-hour notice. How could we respond to that, react to that? And furthermore, they do not notify all our residents. Most of my friends, relatives, do not know about the spraying, so they will be staying outside. They will not stay inside, close all the door, and so I believe that our representative did not represent our resident well, and I understand the law that there's nothing we can do. She can act on her own, but at least we need to let her know that she needs to represent her people. The people that voted her to that position. That's all we are asking to do here tonight.
So what exactly is your motion?
Well, can I interject for a second? Right now, the motion is to add it to the agenda so you can discuss it. So can we have a vote on that first?
Which we've already discussed.
Please vote.
Motion received, 4 yes votes.
All right, it's agendized.
Yes.
Okay, now can we have a motion to oppose this aerial spraying and direct to take a formal position to oppose it and to urge or direct our Vector representative to vote no on this aerial spraying?
Just a point of clarification. Mr. City Attorney, did you say we should not urge or direct or make
You can
comment?
actually do that.
Okay.
All I'm saying is that the law does not require her to follow
okay.
your direction. She is required to make an independent decision as she's sitting
Which
on
is
that
right and
board.
fair. I'll second that motion.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, please vote.
Motion received, 4 yes votes.
Great. We agreed on something tonight. All right. We're going to go in closed session. City Attorney, would you please read those items?
Yes, Mayor, members of the City Council, we do have 3 items for closed session. Item 2 and 3 are already listed on the agenda. Item 4, I need to add information for the record. Item 4 is one potential case for anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, and it pertains to a claim that was filed by Jeremy Broadwater on February 29th, 2016. It was actually filed by the Foley Group on behalf of Mr. Broadwater.
You know what? Okay, that 4th item on,
Yes.
on the Broadwater, I want to do that in open session. So I'm going to remove that and let's put that onto the next City Council meeting agenda.
Wait a minute. Point of order here. So that is we're talking about putting a potential litigation for discussion in an open council meeting?
It's not potential, is it? Could you
Yes,
please
it is.
clarify?
It is. We have a claim. The claim itself is public record. But I think that the city would be at a great disadvantage if I were to give you legal advice pertaining to that claim in open session. Mr. Broadwater has attorneys, and he's receiving legal advice in private. The city council has the same privilege to receive legal advice in
I just think that the
private.
public deserves, greater transparency, particularly with this particular case.
Whether the city has exposure to liability or not, to discuss that in open session would put the city at a great disadvantage.
Okay.
And in addition to that, because it's a personnel matter, it may involve other personnel within his department, and that's a privacy issue for personnel that, that are not specifically Mr. Broadwater.
Okay, then, let's go into closed session on those 4 items.